Hey guys, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm back with another huge project. We will be building a full stack Instagram clone using Laravel as API for the backend, and then for the front end, Vue.js and Quasar. And to have some real-time updates in our application, we will be using Pusher and Websockets. And without further ado, I would say I walk you quickly through the app and then we start coding. All right. First of all, let me show you the database structure here. Yeah, we have a users table, we have a posts table, likes and comments. And then also we have personal access tokens. And this is handled by Laravel Sanctum, which we will be using for authentication. And now let's go back here and let's register. John@gmail.com, John123 and 1234, for example. You see we get a nice toaster message here. Now let's provide the correct confirmation password. And we are logged in. Let's do the same here as well. And we have 2 users in our database. By default, the avatar URL and bio columns are null. And also here we have our access tokens. Now let's post something. And you see on all connected clients, we see a real-time update. And this is established by using pusher and events on the backend. And then on the front end, we are listening for these events. And we update all connected clients. And you can also see this in the pusher dashboard here. You see that our API fired a post created event. Now let's try to like a post. And here you see I cannot like my own posts. Let's try it from here. And we get a real-time update here. And also here we see the color change to red. Now let's post a comment. And also this updates here in real time. And every client that is connected to our Laravel API will receive this update. All right. Now let's make a reply. And also this is updated here. And you'll see we have a nice comment section here. And now let's go to the profile page. In here you see the user's posts. In this case, we just have made one post. And also we can see the comment section here. And we can like a post, but not in this case here. And now let's go to the settings page. Here we can update our profile picture. And also we can update the bio. And you can see it here. And then last but not least, you can log out. And you will be redirected to the login page. A few more details. We will be using Pinia for global state management. And then also we will be using Vue Router. And we will use route guards. Yeah, so only logged in users will be able to post, and yeah, that's it. All right, guys, I would say without further ado, let's get started with coding. All right, let's get started with coding. I have an empty directory here. Let's cd into it. And now let's use Laravel new to create a new Laravel project. And here we can specify the folder name. And we choose backend. But the name doesn't really matter. And now let's create our separate front end by writing npm init Quasar. And here we choose the first option. Then the project folder is front end. And again, the first option, Quasar version 2 with Vue3. And we choose the second option, TypeScript. And we choose the second option here with white. And then package name, front end. And here we can say something. Insta clone. Oh, beautiful. Insta clone. And then here we choose the second option, composition API with script setup. And here we can choose the first option. Here we choose ESLint. Then we can press the key down button on our keyboard. And we choose state management with Pinia. We can just press the left arrow button of our keyboard to select it. And we also choose Axios. The right arrow again. And then we can hit enter. And here we can choose Pinia. And we use npm. All right, beautiful. Now let's start to work on our front end at first. Let's cd into front end. And then we can type code, empty space, and dot. This will bring up Visual Studio Code. And then we can run npm run dev -- watch. First of all, we will create a new directory in source and we name it types. And in here we create a file named index.ts. And in here I will paste in some types. There's not really much to explain. Yeah, it's simple TypeScript. We have some interfaces here, and these are related to the user. So we get nice static typing, and we see errors right away. We have some other types. Here also we have post. And you can see the post has also a user property, which is a user, which refers to this interface here. Then we also have a like interface, which is this thing here. And we have a comment interface. And what you can see here is that a comment can have replies, and these replies are also of type comment. And yeah, and then also if the comment is a reply, then it can have a parent. It might be a little bit confusing, but trust me, when we get there with the logic and we work on the back end, it will become easy and it's not really difficult. Yeah. But maybe it's a little bit confusing now for you, but trust the process. We are getting there that you understand everything of it. And if I was too fast here with the copy pasting, you simply can go to my GitHub repo and copy these from the corresponding index.ts file, and then you have them here, right? You don't need to write them down. You simply can go to my GitHub repo and then just copy them, because here's not so much to learn. And yeah, what you need to know is that interfaces can consist of other interfaces. Yeah, they can include them. So here, replies is an array of type comment, which is also this thing here. And also it has a user here, right? a user property which refers to this interface up here. If you're wondering what all these properties do here, don't worry, we are getting there. But for now, you just need to know that a comment can have replies. And if it has replies, then it's a parent comment, basically. If we have a comment which has a parent ID, then it means it's a reply to a comment. It might be confusing for you now, but we are getting there, so don't worry. When we are at the point where we implement the backend logic, where we build the relationships in Laravel, it will become much more understandable and so on. So bear with me, we are getting there. Now let's go to the stores folder and rename this example store to userstore.ts. Now let's rename this use user store, and we change counter to user. Let's import our user interface. And I'm not sure if I can do it like this. Maybe I have to do it like that. And then here we can define another interface, user state, which has a user property which is of type user. And then we can take this user state and place it behind these parentheses. And now let's get rid of this round brackets here, and we can delete this counter 0. And now we want to make sure whenever we hit the refresh button that we hydrate our user store here. And we can do it by using the local storage for our browser. So we can say user in local storage, and we can get the user. Then for the case that we have a user in the local storage, we can simply return it here and use JSON path. Because if we refresh the browser without this here, the user would be gone and we would have to log in again, and this would be super annoying. So this is what we don't want. And this is why we place the user in the local storage as well. And we will do it whenever we log in or when we register. And because this is a function, so if we have a user, then the function is finished because we have a return statement. But if we don't have a user in local storage, then we simply want to return a user object with basically empty properties. Something like this. Oh, I'm a bit wrong here. Avatar URL. Bio and email. And of course, we have to close this if statement before the second return statement here. And we are good to go. We don't need getters here. And then here we have our actions. And here we will define a few actions. The first is the login action. And what actions are doing is the following. They are basically mutating our state here. That's the whole thing. We have a state which is globally accessible by all the components, and also all components can mutate the state by using these actions here. So we have all the logic for mutating the user state at one place. This is the goal, and this is why it's so beautiful to use something such as Pinia, which is a beautiful and very easy to use state manager. And here we expect a user which is of type user login data. And in here, we will make use of API, return API. And API comes from src boot Axios. And before we are able to use this, we need to make some adjustments. So we need to go to boot Axios here. And here you see some stuff which comes already pre-shipped with Quasar. And you see this base URL here. And we need to change it, because our backend usually runs on localhost 8000 and then API, yeah, because we are building a REST API. But this here is not enough. We need to change something else. Before each request, we also want to send a token, yeah, in the header. And this makes sure that only authenticated users are able to perform actions in our Instagram clone, so to speak. Meaning, so you have to be logged in order to post, to like a post, to comment a post, and stuff like this. So here, add token to every request in the Axios header. And we will generate this token whenever a user logs in or registers. And how this happens, you will see later when we will code the backend. And here we can say API interceptors request use. And here we get access to the config in this arrow function here. And then we can grab the token, which is also in our local storage, which you will see later when we code the register and login logic. And then if we have a token, we want to put it in this authorization property in the form of a string, yeah, which starts with bearer, empty space, and then we put the token here. And we have to return this config object, which we altered. And then also we have access to another function, which gets the error object. And here we can return promise reject error. And this would help us to catch an error. Yeah. So basically, when we have a promise, when we use this thing here, we have basically we use then and catch. And in the catch block, we could catch errors that are happening here. So let's go back to our login here. Here we can now say return API dot post login. And don't worry, we will create all these routes on the back end soon. And then here we can put our user after the string, separated by a comma. And here we can use then, and we get a response back, which is of type Axios response. And I think we can also specify here, in these brackets here, an object. And we should be able to say we have a user, which is of type user. And then also we have a token that we get back, which is of type string. This should work, I think. And then here, arrow function. And then we have a user, which comes back from our API, which is usually response data user. And of course, here behind this bracket, I have to put a parentheses like this. And then also we get back the token as well. And then here you can see We use the local storage to put the token in the local storage, and also the user as well. And last but not least, we say this.user is equal to user API. So now we also have the user in the global state. All right, now that we have our login function, let's also create a register function. And it also expects a user, which is of type user register data. And then here again, return API post register route here. And then we put the user in here. And then we can call then again. And we have an access response here where we expect a user and a token as well. And here I need to make sure to close everything accordingly. And then here we say const user API, you know the drill. Const token, and then also local storage. We can set the token and we can set the user in local storage. And last but not least, this.user is equal to user API. And now I made some mistakes here. All right. Seems like one curly bracket is missing here. And then also here in both cases we can say catch error. And then whenever there's an error, we can throw it. So we can catch this error in our component. When something goes wrong when logging in or so. And we can do the same down below here. Then let's also create the logout action. And here we call return API.post. Here we specify the logout route. And then again, we don't expect any arguments here in this callback function. And then here, when we call .then, we know it was successful. So here we can say local storage.remove item, and we remove the token and the user as well. And then after that, we can say this.user, and we can reset everything here. All the properties of the user, like this. And again, we can also throw an error here when something goes wrong. All right, now that we have the user store and our types, we can close this. We can close our Axios file here. Our index file we can close as well. And now let's go to the layouts and let's work on the layout here, because we want to change this and we want to get a nice navigation here, yeah. And yeah, let's work on this now. And it's pretty simple. First of all, let's get rid of everything in here. So we have only this template. And we can delete everything here from this script tag, like this. Then here in our script tag, I will import a few things. We can import Axios instance and Axios response. We can import use Quasar, use user store, computed and ref, and then also store to refs. Now we can access the Pinia store and get the current logged in user by saying const curly brackets user, and then we say use user store. But what you see here now, we can't use it like this because user is not reactive now. Meaning whenever the state in the Pinia store changes, this user here does not change because it's simply a user here. You see? what we need to do is we need to grab this thing and wrap it in store to rest like this. And now you see this thing here is a ref, meaning it's reactive. And it updates whenever the state in the Pinia store changes. Then also let's create a variable named $Q by using use Quasar, which is a hook. And what we do with this variable you will see soon. And of course I have to say const. And now we create two computed properties. I just paste them in. And this has to be use user store. And again, I use them as computed props to have some reactivity here. If I didn't use computed here, this thing here would not be reactive. And this would not be reactive either. So I need to use computed here. So everything reacts properly. Because we need to make sure that this is always of type computed ref or something like this. Yeah. Otherwise, we would not have the interactivity of showing, for example, log in or log out here. And how everything works, you will see in a bit. So bear with me. Then also we have some refs here. I just paste them in. And again, we use refs here to have the interactivity. So everything is reactive. And then also we will have a function, handle image preview, which displays the post image that we are going to be posting. And here we simply use the browser API for getting the image URL. And again, whenever you want to update the value of a ref, you need to use .value. All right, now we are coding a big function, const handle post upload, which is an async function. And I know it's a bit boring here now because you don't see anything here. But what I want to do is I want to code out everything in the script tag. So we have all the variables and we don't get any errors. And then we can start working on the template to see all the beautiful stuff here. All right, so we have our handle post here. Here, first of all, we want to create a new form data. And we need form data because we also want to send images to our backend. This is why we need form data here. And form data is a standard browser API. Then here we append body, which is this ref here. And again, body.value we need to say. And we also want to append our image. Then once we have appended this, we can do some cool stuff here. And then again, we can use Axios, which comes from source. And this goes to the post route. And then here we can provide the data, which is our form data here. And I need to make sure to properly import it. Like this. Sorry, it needs to be in curly brackets. Sorry. It needs to be API, because we named it API in Axios here, as you can see here. So this is API. And now you see some cool stuff here, which comes with Quasar. We have this QNotify. And this is basically a nice, beautiful, easy to use toaster message. And you will see this in action soon. So what we are doing here is we use try catch. For the case we succeed, this code gets executed here, and we get a nice poster message of post uploaded successfully. Otherwise, if we land in this catch block here, we get an error message. What we also could do is we could take this error here and put it in here, but yeah, this is not so important now. And yeah, let's keep going. Now also, I will paste in an array, which looks like this. Yeah, page links. And here you see some objects, and they go to different pages. This will be our feed page. Then we have a profile page and a settings page. And here you see I use the user ref, and this is why we coded out everything here, so we don't get any errors here and stuff like this. And in order to display stuff, we need to have this page links array here, so we can loop over it in the template. And then also we have another array, which is this actions array here, which looks a bit long and complicated, but I will explain it. And we are using this router here and user store. Use user store, we named it here. And we need to import use router, import use router. And then we can say const router is equal to use router. And now let's go over this actions array here, which is a computed property. And it contains, so to speak, two elements, which are our actions. We have an upload action here and also a logout action. Yeah, you could say. And these also have a title and an icon, but also they have an on-click property, which is an arrow function here. And here we simply toggle the model. So we display a model, which will be our upload model. And then here the second object will be used to display login or log out. And whenever we click it, we check whether the user is logged in or not. If he is not logged in, we push him to the login route. Otherwise, we know he is logged in and we log him out. And then again, we use qNotify here to notify him that he has been logged out successfully. And then again, if we have some error here, we can display it as well. Then also we want to have a nice, beautiful drawer. So here we can say const left drawer open, which is a ref with a default value of false. And then also we can have a function here or arrow function, toggle left drawer, and this simply changes this value here. So whatever this value is, we take it and turn it into the opposite. This is what we do here. And now one important thing here, in order to use this qNotify here, we need to go to quasar.config. And in here we have a property named plugins. And here we need to put it in this array as string notify. Yeah, this is all we need to do here. And now we can start with our template here. And the beauty of Quasar is that we have a lot of beautiful components that we can use. Here we can use QLayout. And in here we can have a QHeader. And then we can have a div here. And in this div we can have another div. And then QToolbar. And here we can place a button. We can make it flat, dense, round, and as icon it can have a menu. Aria label is menu as well. And then on click, we want to run the function toggle left drawer. And then again, we want to see this button only when we are on mobile. So we say mobile only as CSS class. And we can close this tag. And we can keep working. Down below, we can have a q minus toolbar title. And I have some stuff here from GitHub Copilot. This is really annoying. I will disable it here. All right. So q minus toolbar title. Let's close it as well. And in between, let's say q minus icon. Name is Instagram. Let's close it. And then down below, let's say instaclone. Now, after this toolbar here and after this div here, let's start with desktop only, with the desktop view. Here we make use of Q tabs, class, desktop only, and then here in between, let's say Q route tab, and we make use of the v4 directive of Vue, and we can say for link in page links. We give it a key of link.title, for example. Then we can specify 2, which is equal to link.link in this case. And then I paste a few other things here. Yeah, we also have an icon and a label. And it's important to make sure that you have these colons here, because these are JavaScript values here. Yeah, so this needs to be dynamic, while this here is just a string. Yeah, so this is static, but here we display dynamic data, so we need this colon here. Then we can close this Q tab here, like this. And you see we have some cool icons here, which look pretty cool, yeah. And also we have these tabs here, which are awesome. And when I click on them, you see we have a nice ripple effect here. It's really nice. So these are our different pages that we have. Now down below in this closing Q route tab, let's have our actions. And for our actions, we simply use Q tab, v4 again, and then action in actions. We have a key again, where we can say action.title, for example. And again, I will paste a few other things in here. We have an onClick here, which is action.onClick, and we have a label. And again, don't forget these colons here, and then we apply a CSS class here. And then we can close this. And we also have these two here, which again will not go to other pages, but will perform some actions, such as upload and logout. And this needs to be title. And all right, this looks not too bad. And of course, we don't see the drawer yet because we haven't coded it. So let's do that now. Here we can use QDraw vModel for displaying it or hiding it. And this is left drawer open. Then we can say it should be bordered, for example, and we can provide a closing and then in between this QDraw, we can have QTabs again. And we can say these shall be vertical. And then in here, we can have QRoute tab, as we have done before. And then again, we can take the same props here and paste them in here. And then also we can take our Q tab and put it down below here. And now we should see our drawer, if I'm not mistaken. We don't see it, right? What's wrong here? I'm not sure. Maybe I have to specify behavior mobile here. All right. So the problem was I need to turn on this thing here. So we have the mobile view, and then we can see our beautiful drawer here, which looks absolutely amazing, yeah? Which comes in build. Beautiful. And now it's really important to have another section here in our layout. And this is this here. We basically need to have a queue page container and in here our router view. And only if we have this here, we can render our different pages that we specify in our routes file, which we will be doing soon. And as you can see here now, this thing here comes from components, from this example component here, which is rendered because in routes we have this index page. So this example component, is put on this index page here. Yeah, this is why we see the things here. All right. So now we have successfully implemented our main layout. What we can also do is we can create another layout. We name it guest layout.vue. And in here we have just a template. And then again we can use Q layout here. And then we can grab this section here, paste it in as well. And we will be using this guest layout for someone who is not logged in. Yeah. So for someone who is not logged in, he will be pushed to the login page, which is rendered because it uses this layout. And the reason why we use this layout here is we don't want to display these things here, yeah, to users that are not logged in. So we use another layout for this. Now we can create a few other pages. And I would say we get rid of these components. And also we can get rid of the content of the index page, template, and then down below a script tag with setup and language TypeScript. And this will be login. We rename it to login page. Let's also create a register page. we copy this code from login, paste it in here, register, and then, all right, let's create all the other pages as well. Feed page, profile page.view, and settings page. All right, now that we have all our pages, we can implement routing. Let's go to router in the source directory and go to routes. All right, and now let's change this here. You have this children array here. Let's get rid of the first element. And in here, we want to have 3 elements. So we have a path of nothing basically. Then we have profile and settings. And these are our different pages. And we want to render these pages in the main layout. Let's have another object in this upper array here with a path of guest. And this will render our guest layout. And in here, we will have our register page and our login page. And then if we don't match any of these routes here, then this will be triggered, so to speak, and we get this error not found page, which is here. So we can try it. Here we have, for example, profile. All these pages work, but if I add a second S here, we get this page by default. Now what you see here is we have always this hashtag here. So let's go to our quasar.config, and in here we have to look for history, search for history. There it is, and we need to change Vue Router mode to history. And then we get rid of the thing here. Now let's close this routes file, go to index in the router folder, and we need to implement something here. Underneath this router, we need to implement a route guard. So a router before each. And the reason why we implement this is because we want only logged in users to be able to perform actions in our app. And whenever a user is not logged in, then we want to push him to the login page. And this is why we make use of a route guard here. And this runs before the component is mounted, before the page is displayed, so to speak, and we can have some functionality here. And whenever we see that a user is not logged in, we want to push them to the logout page. So we can first of all say const token. We can get the token from local storage. And now we need to have some if checks here. We say if to.path is not equal to guest /login and to.path is not equal to guest register, and we don't have any token, because if he doesn't have a token, then he is not logged in, and when he is not on the register or login page, then he needs to be there. So this is why we redirect him to this page then. Then also we need an else if here. And here, when the user is already logged in, meaning he has a token here, and he is on the login or register page, this doesn't make any sense, right? He should not be able to get to these pages when he is logged in. So this is why we push him to the slash page, which will be our feed. Yeah. And then for all other cases, yeah, for all other cases, we do nothing. So when he's logged in, he can go to all these pages and we are fine with it. And now the thing is, you see it's not working here. And the reason being is I still have a token and a user in here because I've tested this before and stuff like this. And I have not logged out. So what I can do is I can delete these. And now this guard should work. And we should be... Oh, it's not working. Let's see what's going on here. We have some errors. All right. All right. I made a mistake. Let's go to routes again. This must be login page, and this must be register page. And you see, we are redirected to the login page. Beautiful. The route guard is working. And now I would say we can implement the login page. In here, we can use q-page. This will apply automatically some padding, yeah, which is responsive and stuff like this, which is pretty nice. Just some nice utility of Quasar. Then in here we can have h3 with the text of login. Down below we can have h6. And in here we can say sign in to enjoy the awesome app, like this. And then let's also apply a CSS class to the h3. And oops, we don't want to have any margin at the bottom, yeah. And then also here, let's also apply something here to the h6. We don't want to have any margin on the top, so they are closer together. Then down below, let's have a div. And in this div, let's have a q-input. And I just noticed it makes sense to start coding out the script section here, so we get all the variables and stuff like this, which makes it more comfortable, I think. So let's go and code out the script section here. We need a few things to be imported. Use Quasar, use router, ref, and use user store. Then also we need to create a few variables. Yeah, we use Quasar again, use router, ref to create user data, which is just email and password. And we use our user store here, and we have a ref. And again, we need to use refs here because otherwise this stuff here is not reactive. All right. And by the way, I'm not sure, but I think we might not need this thing here. We might not need it. And then also we have a function here, const on submit, which is an arrow function. And in here, we can mutate our Pinia store state, yeah, by saying user store. And in there we have the login action. We pass in our user, which is user data.value. And then can say .then, $q notify. We can specify an object here as argument. We can have a message here, message property, login was successful or something like this. Type positive, and then we can push to just slash, which will be our feed page. And then here catch, we simply can notify the user and say login failed. And now let's code out the template. We have our queue input here. And here we can say vModel is user data email. Label is email. Type is text. And why I choose text here is I want to show you some nice validation by Quasar. And for this, we need to use text. Otherwise, we get the inbuilt browser validation, which we don't want here. Then we also can say lazy routes. And what this is, you will see in a bit. Then we can say whenever the user didn't put something in, we want to display this message. And then also we can check for something else. Well, then curly brackets here. And in here we can have an if check. Well includes add symbol and well includes dot. Then we want to return true, meaning it's a valid email, so everything is alright. Otherwise, we want to return please enter a valid email. Alright, and now you can see we already have this validation working. Here you see nothing happens, but if I click somewhere else, lazy rules kicks in, yeah? So as long as I'm typing here, as long as I'm focusing this, nothing happens. But if I lose focus here, I get this error. And then if I provide a valid email, the error goes away. Yeah, so we have already nice validation working here. Down below this closing input tag, let's have another input here for the password. And we can also have some checks here, but I don't want to have this second check here. So we can have a password which is really short, which makes it easier and quicker to log in. Let's close this input. And what's wrong here? Of course, I need to have this here. And now, down below this input here, let's have a div. And in here, let's have a router link. A router link with a to property leading to the register page. Let's close it. And sorry, something went wrong here. Div like this. And then below this div here, let's have a button with on submit as click handler, and we are good to go. And now you see login failed. So this is already working here, and the login failed because we don't have our backend yet. So this is why we get this error message. All right, and now let's work on the styling here, because this doesn't look really nice here, right? So let's apply some classes. Here on the queue page, we can have column, justify center, item center. And what this does is basically flex column. So everything is in a column, so to speak, and we center it, stuff like this. Simple CSS. And we can maybe also apply some gutter to our form. And you know what? I missed to implement our form here. Queue form, autofocus. And here we have our on submit submit, on submit. And now what we can do here is let's apply some min width inline style on this div above this QForm tag. So it has a minimum width of 400 pixels. And I think we are good to go here. This is fine. Yeah, we can do some other stuff. We could make this div here QCard. And then here down below as well. And then we would have something like this here. And here we can apply some padding. Class Q minus PAMD. Yeah, so we have padding all here. And I think this is fine. This is all right. Now we can grab everything here and paste it in our register page. Change the text here, register, sign up to enjoy the awesome app. And then we need some additional things here. We have an email. Let's also have a name input. And sorry, this is here wrong. After this closing input, Q input here. Yeah, with vmodel of user data dot name, label name, als text, lazy roots again. We need to specify a name, correct? And we can close this input. User data dot name, there we get an error because, of course, we need a name and we need a password confirmation. And here you see I name this very specific, right, with this underscore. And the reason is on the backend later, we will have some nice functionality provided by Laravel, and it checks automatically for a password confirmation field in the request. And this is why I have this name here, but I will explain it later again and you will fully understand it. We have this. Now we need another input here for the password confirmation. And we can close it. By the way, all these inputs here can be self-closing. Yeah? Here we need to write already have an account. Then we go to login. And sorry, here on the login page, this must be register. It's register. But why is this not working? I'm sorry. Of course, this must be gets.register. And on the register page, guest login, like this. Yeah, and now it's working. Now it's working, nice. But why do I have a dot here? I have a dot here. Why is that? User data, it's all empty, right? It's because here. Empty space, all right. Beautiful. And by the way, you can style it more prettier as you want, but I think it's all right and we can leave it like this. Now that we have already our user store in place, we can start working on our backend. For that, let's bring up our CMD here. Let's type cd ... to go back. Let's do cd backend and then count empty space dot. And here we have our Laravel. And we can start it already by writing PHP artisan serve. And it's all working. Now we need to set up a few things. First of all, we are using Pusher for the real-time functionality. And Pusher is awesome. It's pretty easy to implement with Laravel. And the cool thing is it costs money, but only if you have a lot of messages and concurrent connections. Yeah, so we are totally in this range here from 0 to 200K. So for us, it's totally free. Yeah, so we can use it to test our application. And once our application is very big, yeah, we are earning already a lot of money, then we are also able to pay $49. Yeah, so don't worry, it's totally free. And it's very easy to sign up. And once you are signed up and signed in, you have to create a project, or I should say, you have to create an app here. Yeah, you have to go to this channels URL and you can create an app. It's very easy. You can give it a name, select a cluster which is near to where you are living, and then you can specify your stack. Here you can say Vue on the front end, and so on. I already have created an app. And once you have an app, you simply go to the apps page, and then you click on your app, and then you have app keys here. Yeah, and here will be all the important stuff that you need. You grab these keys and you place them in your .env file here. Yeah, and this is all we need to do here for the configuration. Of course, we also need to install Pusher, which we will be doing in a bit. Then also here, broadcast driver, we need to set to Pusher. Here for our database, I name mine instaclone because I already have a backend database. And I think that's it for now here. Let's start to create a controller. Let's open a new terminal here. Let's say PHP artisan make controller auth controller. And let's go to this auth controller. All right, so let's create a function here, public function register, which has access to the request. In here, we can validate our data by simply using request arrow validate here. And then we have for our registration, name, email, and password. And you might remember we also have password confirmation on our front end, right? So this is missing here. And the reason being is we have this confirmed rule here. And this confirmed rule, what this basically does is it looks for a password confirmation field in our request. And then it compares it to this password. And then if they both match, then it's valid, so to speak. And then once we pass this, it means all our data is valid. We can encrypt our password, and we do it by using bcrypt. After that, we can create our user by using our user model, which already comes with Laravel. And we pass in the validated data. Then also, we want to create a success array with a token. And this token will be created by executing create token on the user object. This is all handled by Laravel. And we can name the token instaclone. And then we can say here plain text token. Then also we want to add the user to this array. And this must be user. And here basically I want to make use of a user resource. So we can say here PHP artisan make resource user resource. And why I do this is resources in Laravel help us to customize what we want to send back to the client. Let's go to our user resource. And in here we can do a lot of things, but what we want to do is we simply want to return the few things that we need here. Yeah, so we send these things back to the front end. And now here we can say new user resource and we pass in our user. Then after that we say return response JSON and we pass in our success array here, but here we say user and then success user and then down below token and stuff like this, because this is what our front end expects, yeah, to get back. And here we have 201 because we are creating a new resource. All right, now let's also have a login function, which has also access to the request. And I have problems with writing, so I paste it in here. And in here we can do many approaches. Yeah, we can do the same approach as above, or we can do other things such as validator, and then validator, which comes from the support facade. And then we can create a validator. Yeah, and pass all the data from the request to it. And then also some rules. Here we only have email and password for our login. And then we can do stuff with this validator here. And here we can say if validator fails, then we do an early return here. So we say return response JSON and then something like this. And then if we are past this, we know our data is valid. And then we can say validated data, which we have now, which will be provided by this validated method from the validator. And then again, if the user has not been successfully trying to log in with the validated data, so if this failed, then again we return, and yeah, the credentials must be wrong in this case. And after this, we basically have our auth user here, which we can get like this. And then again, we do the same as above. So I grab these two lines here. And also I can grab this last line here. And here we return 200 because we are not creating any new resources. Now let's go to the users migration. And in here we want to add some columns. And these two columns are avatar URL and bio. Now let's go to our API routes here. And in here, we will have two routes that are not protected by Sanctum. And this can be accessed by users that are not logged in. And of course, these are our two routes here, login and register. And sorry, I need to write it differently here. I need to do route post, login, and then here an array, our auth controller, and then login. Down below, the same for register. Oops. And then we need to close this thing here. Yeah, so whenever we hit one of these routes, the auth controller gets called with its login and register method. And sorry, of course, these two classes, these two routes are not protected, so we don't need any middleware here. And then we will have tons of other routes that are protected by our sanctum, which we will be implementing in a bit. All right. So now that we have this functionality in place, we need to do a few other things. Let's go to our user model, which has already been built by Laravel. We didn't need to do anything for this. And in here, fillable, we need to provide the avatar URL and bio. Because if we don't provide these, we will be not able to place these in our database. Yeah. So we are not able to populate these columns and place them in our database. Yeah. So always make sure you have all the properties that you want to push to your database in this fillable array. All right, and by doing so, we have everything in place. We can do PHP artisan optimize to make sure that everything here is up to date and nothing is, yeah, everything is updated here. And now everything should work. Login failed. Okay. We are on a register page. Okay. We get a 500 error, and I think I know. And yeah, we are getting a 500 error. And why is this? Auth controller does not exist. And this is because we need to use it here above. Yeah, so make sure we have this line here in place. And by doing so, let's try it again. Oh, failed again. Sorry, PHP artisan optimize again, because this is often cached. And let's try it again. Failed again. Alrighty. And of course, make sure you run temp or something like this, yeah? So you need to spin up your database here. And I don't need this one here. And now let's try again. Sorry guys, we need to do PHP artisan migrate, yeah? So that actually the database gets created. Yeah, and we have all these tables in our database. And I can show it to you here. Here we have an insta clone database, and here you see all our tables. And you also see we have a personal access token here and stuff like this. So all this sanctum stuff is handled by Laravel. And it's very easy to implement. This is what I like about it. And now let's try again. All right, invalid credentials. All right. I know why. Let's go to register. And here we are using login. We need to use register here. And now I'm getting here an error. So let's go to our types. And we have user register data. Where is it? We need to change this. Password confirmation. And now this error should be gone. Yep. So this is the beauty of TypeScript. We see errors right away. This is really nice. And now let's try again here. We can also try the compare functionality here. All right, now we can try again. And it works. We are logged in. In our application, we have the user and the token. And also, please make sure you have Vue DevTools installed. It's really amazing, yeah. It provides you a nice UI here, and you can see a lot of stuff here actually. It's very useful. And here you also have a Pinia tab, and here you see our user with an email and stuff like this. So we are totally fine. Everything is working as expected. Now let's try to log out. This does not work. All right. Let's try again. We don't have a logout route yet. Of course, we don't have it. I totally forgot it. Logout. There it is. And for this, maybe we should write it differently. We should put it here, because the user must be logged in order to log out, right? So this should be here, log out. There we have it. And we need to implement it in our auth controller because we haven't done so. Public function logout. Request again. And here, this is all done by Laravel. We can take the authenticated user and delete its access token, yeah, from this table here, access token table, yeah, and then we are basically logged out. That's all. Now we need to make sure to run PHP artisan optimize again. Let's try again. And we are logged out. Beautiful. Everything working here as expected. All right, now we can create another account. Maybe let's try a password which doesn't match. We should get an error here. And all right, we have some other errors here. Let's try again. All right, unprocessable content. And you also see we get this message here. What we could do is let's go back to our register page. And in here we can make use of the error message. I think we should be able to access it like this, right? Let's try it out. All right, this works, I think. Yeah, password field confirmation does not match. And yeah, and this is totally done by Laravel. Yeah, so it's super fast and easy to implement. We could also customize it, but I would say, yeah, we could just leave it like this. It's all right. And with that in place, we can start working on other things. I would say we do some further work on the back end. We need to do tons of stuff here. And I would say we create some models and do some other stuff here. All right, so we need to create a few models. And we will be creating PHP artisan make model comment. And sorry, I totally forgot something. Let's delete it because I also want to create a migration for that model. So PHP artisan make model comment -m, which will also create a migration. Let's create a like with a migration. a post with a migration. And yeah, that's it. Now let's establish the relationships between the tables. Let's go to our user model. And in here we will have two relationships defined. So a user can have many posts and a user can have many comments. And what we do here we only want the parent comments. We could also include the replies and stuff like this, but I left them. So here we only taking into account the comments, the parent comments. And every comment that has no parent ID is a parent comment, because every comment with a parent ID is a reply. Yeah, so it belongs to a comment which is a parent. It's a bit difficult, but it's think about it and it makes sense. All right. Let's go to our post. In here we have a few things. I paste them in. All right. A post belongs to a user. A post can have many comments and many likes. And then also we have a method here, which we will be using to decide whether the user has liked a post or not. And why this is useful, you will see in a bit. And also we need to specify protected fillable here. Yeah, so we have a body and an image path, which you will be seeing soon when we create the migrations. Or I should say when we modify the migrations. And let's keep going. Let's go to the like. The like just has the like just has also protected fillable with these two in it. And then we have finally a comment with one element in the fillable, just the body. And in here we can implement a ton of relationships as well. So a comment belongs to one user, a comment belongs to one post, a comment can have many replies, and a comment belongs or can belong to a parent. And again, a comment can belong to parent only if the comment has a parent ID. This is important. And now let's go to the migration files. Let's start with comments. In here, we have three foreign keys. Yeah, user ID, post ID, parent ID. And because I'm using these names here, everything works very easily and is perfectly handled by Laravel, because we are following best practices here. So Laravel infers a lot behind the scenes for us. And then last but not least, we have a body here. All right, done. Let's modify the likes migration. In here we have two other columns, which are foreign keys as well, user ID and post ID. Then let's work on our posts migration. Here we add three columns, one foreign ID, which is our user ID, and then we have body and image path. All right, beautiful. Now I would say let's create some more resources. Let's create a comment resource. And I'm not sure, but maybe we do not need this comment resource. Now let's go to our post resource and let's modify this array here. So here we do not want just to return our simple post model, but a bunch of other things. So we want to have a user here, which is a user resource, something like counts, comments counts, and so on. And also a field like user ID who liked and is liked by user. And we need these two things to determine whether to show a red like button or a black like button. Yeah. So we have to decide whether the user has liked the post. And the thing is, we need these two here because when a user likes a post, every client that is connected to the backend basically is liked by user and it's set to true. So this would mean all clients that are connected to our backend would get a red like button, and this is bad. So we also need to send the ID of the user that has liked the post. And by doing this, we actually are able to only make the user button red, which was the user that has liked the post. Yeah, so this is the logic behind. It's also a bit tricky, but yeah, it all makes sense. And later I might explain it again. And yeah, so we are good with this. And now I would say we can work on our image upload functionality, or I should say post upload functionality. So let's create a post controller. PHP artisan make controller, post controller. In here we will have a method, public function create post with a request. And then here again, validated, which will contain all the validated properties. And in our case, we only have a body and an image. And we could do tons of stuff here for validation purpose, but here I simply say, maybe for the image we should do some more things, right? We can check whether it has the right extension and the maximum, the size of it and stuff like this. And once we pass this line, we can store our image because we have a valid image. And also we have a body. And here we store it. And we have to do it differently here. We have to say images and on the public disk. So it's publicly available. And now we can create a new post by saying request user parentheses and then post and create. And then in this array here, we can pass the stuff in here like this. And why we are doing this is, we want basically to add a post to the array of the logged in users posts. Yeah, so what this looks like is basically in our posts table, we will have an entry which has a user ID which points to the user which has posted, yeah, so to speak. And then after that, let's create a post with user. And now, yeah, I would say, why not? Let's implement it already. So here we say PHP artisan make event post created. And we will make use of this event, yeah, to have some real-time functionality. So all the clients connected to our backend can see whenever someone posted something, yeah, it will appear on all clients in the posts feed. Yeah, this is the beauty of having something such as Pulsar and yeah, these events here in Laravel. And yeah, let's go to our event, post created. Here we need to implement a trait. Yeah, I think we should yeah. Implements, I think, yeah. I don't know, is it a trait? Ah, it's an interface, all right. And in here we can specify data that we want to send back to the front end. So what we do here, I need to look it up. Yeah, okay, very easy. We will have a post. And we have a post here. We need to provide it in the constructor. Then we have just one channel for our app, posts. And then also we can have another message here, broadcast on. And in here, no, sorry, broadcast with, I think, yeah. We can do something sophisticated, yeah. Or we could omit it. Then we would just return the post. Yeah, we could modify this here in here and then send something more sophisticated back, or we leave it like this, then we just send a post back, which is fine for our case. Now let's go to channels.php. And in here we need to register our posts channel like this, but we don't need to return a user. We can just return true. So we don't have any authentication here in place. Yeah, we don't need it for our app. This is fine. Yeah, I think we should be good to go. Sorry, no. Now let's go to our API routes. We need to implement all these routes for our posts functionality. So we will have two routes here, yeah, for creating a post and then also get posts. And let's make use of our post controller here. And I think I forgot to implement the get posts method here. Yeah, I forgot it. Public function get posts. And what we need to do here is we want to get all posts, but we want to modify each post and add this property to it. Yeah, is liked by user, and we set it to we set it to the value of whether the user has liked it or not. So what we do here is posts is equal to, we import the post model, post colon. Yeah, we want the related user model with it. So with user, then we map over each post and we add the is liked by user property to this, and then we make use of this is liked by user, which is a method which we have implemented on our user model. On our post model. Yeah, which is this thing here. And yeah, we basically pass in the ID of the authenticated user to check whether he liked it or not. And this is what we send back to our front end. So here we say No, we make it a bit more sophisticated here. We make it an array. Then we say posts, and then we make use of our post resource. And then colon collection, because we have an array here, yeah, of posts, a collection of posts, not a single post. And sorry, it's not an array, it's a collection, yeah, in Laravel. Now what we can do is PHP artisan optimize, and also PHP artisan migrate, because we have edited all the migration files, so we update our database. And here something didn't work. Yeah, so sorry for that, because we have these foreign keys here and the POSI table doesn't exist at this point. So we need to change the order a bit. So the post table needs to be first. Maybe like this. And now it should work. The likes table doesn't work. It already exists. So what we can do, roll back. We make fresh. We make everything new here. And now it worked. Yeah. So the problem was here, we always need to make sure that the order is correct. Yeah. And the problem was that the commons table, as that Laravel wanted to execute the commons table migration, and it had something in here such as post ID. But the post table had not been created yet. So this is why we got this error. And we always need to make sure that the order is in that way that the migration with a foreign key of a specific table already exists. Yeah, this is important, that the table already exists. In this case, the posts table. So we always need to make sure here that the order is in a way that the foreign key of a migration refers to a table that had already been created. Yeah. So otherwise we get this error here. Okay. Now we should be fine. Let's go to our front end and start coding the good stuff. All right, let's log in again. And by the way, register page, there was a mistake with the button. Here, register, it needs to be labeled as register, and login is correct, yeah. All right. Now we want to work on this upload functionality. In order for that to be working, we need to go to our main layout. And in here, we need to make use of something called QDialog. QDialog. And this has a vModel property. And in here, we have our ref, show upload model. And it's already working, as you can see. Let's make it pretty. QCard, QCard section. And by the way, I don't want to explain all these different Quasar components, but what they do, they apply some margin and padding and stuff like this, and this is already a card component, and you can look it up on the Quasar's website, H6, and in here, let's say upload. Now let's have a file picker provided by Quasar, qfile, color, primary, vModel is image, except, yeah, every image, doesn't matter which one. Then we need to have add update and then colon model value handle preview, meaning whenever we choose a new image, then this will be run. And let's also have a label. Select an image. Let's close it. And here we have our file picker. And sorry, we need to make this properly here. All right, now maybe let's change this. Let's make it like this. And in between these two tags of the Q file, we can have a template and then we slot append. And this functionality is provided by Quasar. And in here we can have a Q icon with name of image and color blue. And we have a nice icon here. And then down below, below the template here, we can have Q image. And by default, it has already a spinner, which is pretty cool. But we also can specify a spinner color, for example, of blue. And then source, this image URL. And let's give it a min width of 400 pixels. All right, and now we should be able to choose an image and preview it. There you go, there is our image. Down below this image, let's have a Q input with a V model of body and a label of description maybe. Let's make it an input because text area is a bit too big. And then, and of course, here's a mistake. Type input we do not need. Here again, we can specify label color if we want. Blue and color blue maybe, who knows? Something like this, yeah. Or we make label color gray. Yeah. All right, then down below this input here, let's have a Q card section. And in here, let's have Q card actions. And then in here, we have two buttons, maybe with color primary and negative. And one is for changing this ref to false. So we hide this modal again. And the other one handles the post-upload function that we have implemented earlier. Well, let's see how it works. Yeah, there we have everything. All right. Now you see this doesn't look very good. And I think I made a mistake here. This card section goes too far down here. It needs to be under this description input. Okay, and here we need to put also a closing card section. But something is not correct here. Oh, sorry guys, you see this Q file here. This is totally wrong. Q file. This should end here after this template. All right, now we have too many card sections here. All right. Yeah, so now it's working. It looks much better, right? And the post-upload functionality is already working here. And to prove that the upload functionality is working, let's check our Laravel backend. And in here we have a storage folder and then an app folder and public. And here you see images. And here we have our uploaded image. Yeah, it's working. And also in our database, we must update it first. You should also see a post here. Yeah, so everything is working fine. Next, we need to work on the feed, yeah, so that we actually see something. And this is what we will be doing next. All right, now let's work on our feed on the front end so that we can actually see something. Let's go to the feed page. And now, first of all, let's code out the script section here. We need a few things. Yeah, store to REST to access our global Pinia store and also to modify it. Then our post store, which we will be creating in a bit. And yeah, on mounted and echo and post. So echo is what we need to install, and we will do this in a bit. Or maybe we do it now. So we need to install npm install Laravel echo and pusher -js. And then let's go to our boot directory, and in here let's create a file echo.ts. And in here we paste the following code. This is just for TypeScript, so that TypeScript knows that we have a pusher property on the window object. And in here we create a echo instance and then we export it. Here we use our environment variables. All right, so far so good. Now let's create our post store, post-store.ts. In here we will have an interface again for our post state, which has a property of an array of posts. Then we can export const use post store by using define store, which we have to import from Pinia. Then again, in here we have our state, which is a function which returns something of type post state. Yeah, and in here we can basically just return post, which is an empty array by default. Let's also define some actions. Here we have async fetch posts. We also need to import API. And then we make a GET request to the post route. And for the case it was successful, we get back posts. Here again, we could also specify what we are getting back, right? An array of posts and stuff like this. You can do it if you like, but I want to save some time. So yeah, I won't do it. And sorry for this. Here we need to make it a little bit more sophisticated. What we need to do here is we need to say response data posts.map. Here we get a single post. And then what we want to do here is we want to add show comments property and set it to false. So what this will be doing is, by default, we will not show our comments of the post. And why? Imagine a post has 300 comments and we have 100 posts and we would load each post with all the comments. It would take so much time, and this is why we only load the comments on demand. Yeah, so whenever show comments is set to true, then we load the comments of a single post. And you will see this in action soon. All right, so then we have async fetch users posts, which will be fetching only the posts of a particular user. Yeah, here we will be making use of this route here. And we are providing an ID here. And the cool thing is we can grab this ID in Laravel from the request and directly get a user model. Yeah. So the model gets injected, and how this is done, you will see in a bit. This is super cool. So here, this function will fetch all posts, and this function will only fetch the posts of a particular user. And this function will be used on the profile page, where we will only show the posts of a particular user. Then we will have a function post created. And this function will be called whenever a client, a user on the front end, has posted something, has made a post, then this will be called, and this will be done because our backend sends an event, and we are listening to this event on the front end. And whenever we receive this particular event, then we call this function. And for now, let's just do this post unshift post. So we simply add a post to the posts array. And unshift means we put it on index 0 basically, So we prepend it, so to speak. Now let's also create another function, post like. And this function will be called whenever a post was liked, so that the like count will be updated on all clients connected to our Laravel API. So what we do is we can get the liked post, or the post that was unliked as well in this case. But I just name it like post. We can use find as a higher order array method, and then we can check for that particular post that was liked by comparing the IDs of both posts. And then if we have a post, what we then can do is like post likes count, and we can set it to post likes count. This is what we get back from the backend, post likes count. And now we need to make something which is maybe a little bit hard to understand. I simply copy it. We need to do this thing, liked post, and then is liked by user. And now we need to set it to true or false. Is it liked by a user? And what this property is meant for is the following. Whenever a user likes a post, this basically is set to true, and all clients will receive this. Based on this boolean, we would make all the like buttons red, although all the clients except one has not liked this post, right? So it shouldn't be red. And so for this case, we need a second check here. We have ID here, of the user who liked the post, and this must be equal to the particular post, in the user store. And only if this is the case, then this will be set to true. And of course, we need to import user store. All right, now we need to have another action, update comments count. This function receives a post ID, which is a number, and the comments count, which is also a number. In here, you can say const post index is equal. So here we get the index of the post, because we only want to update the post that has been commented on, right? So we need to get a particular post. And if we have found it, meaning if post index is not -1, so we have a particular post that has been commented on, what we then want to do is set the comments count. And yeah, we do it like this, and this should be all right. Now let's add a last action, set posts to empty array or to initial state. And here we say this.post is equal to an empty array. All right, and now we can go back to our feed page and we can work on our stuff here, but maybe we keep going in the script section. Let's get the posts from our Pinia store. Again, we use store to res and then our use post store. And now we will have two lifecycle hooks here, unmounted and on unmounted. So whenever this component unmounts, meaning we change the page, we want to leave the channel so that we don't get any memory leaks, yeah? And this always can lead to strange behavior. We don't want to have this. So we always need to make sure that we get rid of the listeners. And we can do it by leave channel, I think. Or we could also do, maybe this is even safer, channel stop listening. Yeah, I think this is even better. And then this action doesn't exist. Set post to initial state. Like this. Yeah. So now we can work on our template here. Queue page. And now we can loop over our posts. If before post in posts, we provide post ID as key. We close the div down below, and let's have a beautiful queue card. And in here another div. In this div, let's have router link, which goes to this URL here. Then let's have an avatar in it. And in this avatar here, let's have a queue image with a VF directive. And for the case that we don't have post user avatar URL, then we want to display this image. And the URL for this image is this one here. And for the case that we have an image avatar URL, then we can display it down below like this. And sorry, here we have to put an equal sign. And after this queue avatar, we need to close router link. Then down below this router link, let's have a h6 with post.user.name. Then down below this div here, let's have a queue image. And you know one thing here, we have this hard-coded URLs, and this is not good practice. So what we do is, let's go to our Quasar config. Let's search for env, which is here under build. Let's uncomment it. And in here, let's put this require.env config path, and we need to install this. npm i.env. Now let's go to our .env file. Oh, sorry, we don't have any yet, but let's create one. .env, and in here we paste these two URLs. Then let's go to source and let's create a new folder, helpers, and here let's have an index file .ts, and in here let's have a function export URL, and it takes a pass argument which is of type string, and yeah, it returns a string. And then we do something like this. But in our case, we don't need the API URL because the API URL is already implemented here, this place. So we don't need to reference this thing, but we need to reference this thing here for our storage and stuff like this. And sorry, export const URL is equal to, yep. Now in our feed page, we can use this URL helper, and instead of hard coding this, let's make it dynamic with colon and then URL. Oops, let's import it. Hello, can we import it? No, we can't. So we do it manually. Import URL from src helpers, like this. And now we need to use it here, URL. And in this case, it goes to storage, avatars, default PNG. And also here we can use this helper URL like this. Now what we need to do is, our backend has not this default image. So let me get it and let's place it in our backend. So here we can, in the public directory, we can make another folder, avatars. And in here we place this default PNG. All right. Now let's keep working on our template. Here let's have Q image. And then we use our URL helper and then image path. Image path. All right. Let's see, we should see something, but we have an error. I got it. So we need also to specify a key for pusher. Let's go to our env file. So make sure you put your pusher key in here. Yeah, so because we are listening here for this post created event. All right, now we see something here, but it's an error again. And I think I know why. Let's go back to our backend. I think we need to grab this image here and we need to run a command, php artisan storage link. So this way we should be able to access it now on the front end. Still we are not able. Sorry, excuse me, I made a mistake here. You see, we have a dot here. This is not correct. Let's go to our helpers. And why is there a dot? View app URL. Yeah, sorry guys, mistake. This has to be a slash. And yay, you see, we see our default avatar image here. Now let's keep working on it to make it very pretty. So we still have a problem. We don't see the image here, which we should. I'm not sure why that is. All right. Image path is null. This is bad. Let's go back to our backend. Let's go to post. Image path is fillable. Image path. Let's go to post controller. And here we have the problem. This must be path. Yeah? The column name is image path. And now let's try it again here. Of course, we need to create a new post. And we still don't see it. Yeah, I think the storage part of the URL is missing. So what we can do, yeah. So what? So the problem here is that the storage part is missing. So for now, what we are doing is we go to our helpers, and this is not really nice. I don't like this. Let's fix it on the back end. And in here, let's say storage URL is equal to storage ::: URL image path, and make sure to import it from supports facades storage. And now this should give us a correct URL that we need to also store in our database. And now let's try it again. Upload. All right, it's working. Here we have our post. All right. But one thing though, the real-time functionality should already work. Why is it not working? It should get post created logged to our console. All right. Main layout. Post created. Ah, yeah, you know what, guys? I totally forgot to install Pusher on the backend. So let me look up what we need to install here. All right. And now let's go to our backend. We need to install, where was it? Here. Composer require pusher / pusher -php -server. And once this is done, let's try it again. All right, it's done. Let's try it again. Still not working. Now let's take another image. It's still not working. All right, we have to go to app in config. And in here we have to uncomment something. We have to uncomment this thing here. Line 168. And now we have to run php artisan optimize. Now let's try this again here. Still not working. And I forgot another thing. Let's go to Quasar config. And then we need to look for boot, I think. In here we have access, but we also need to specify echo. And now let's give it another attempt. I just delete the pause so it's easier to see what's happening. Now let's try again to upload one post. Okay, nothing happens. Why? So for debugging, I go to my Pusher console and see if something happens here. Okay, and we actually see nothing. This means our backend is not firing an event. Interesting. So why is it? Post created? Implements should broadcast. Channels, hosts. Hosts is correct. Let's go to our post controller. All right, guys. Maybe we should fire an event here, right? So here we should fire our post created event and pass the post to it. And maybe we can use the new post resource constructor here and pass in the post like this. And now we should definitely see something here. There you go. Updated in real time. And all other connected clients should see it in their feed as well. So this works. Now let's add two other components. A comment section .view and also a post card actions component. And actions in our feed. Let's import them. Comment section. All right, after our image tag here, let's have another QCard section. In here we have our post body. There it is. Then let's have another QCard section. And in here we have our post card actions, and they take, and this component takes post as a prop. And also let's have QCard section, and we only want to display this comment section. Oh, sorry. Yeah, or maybe we can do it like this. We only want to display this section if post show comments is true. The if. And in here we have our comment section, which also takes a post as prop. Like this. All right. There you go. What we do next is, let's go to our postcards section and let's work on here. Let's also have a script tag. And in here we use a bunch of stuff. Let me import it. Yeah, we use our post interface, API, use Quasar, and we define props here. Yeah, we want to receive a post, which is required. And then we want to have some functionality to toggle the comments. So we say toggle comments. Here we paste in a post, this argument. And then we simply say post show comments. And we set it to the opposite value. Yeah, so whatever it is now, we take it and turn it into the opposite and assign it again. Yeah. Then we also have like post, which takes a post and in here we return a promise, API post, which goes to this URL. Then, and here we have our response. And I'm sorry, here is an error that is missing. Here also. Alright, and in here in the then block we say const is liked by user, which is equal to response. Data is liked by user. Is liked by user. And if it's liked by user, what we then do is we simply give some feedback to the one that liked or unliked the post. we use just notify again. Yeah. So we have some basic feedback, and also we have a catch block here or some error handling. Oh, sorry. We need to put it. Wait, where do we have to put it? We have to put it here. And why is that wrong here? I have a dot here. Okay. And then we have also some scoped style. Simply a class liked with color red. All right, so let's go to our template. Here, let's use QCard actions. And I'm not really sure what this does, but I know it applies some margin. Yeah. So when we have two buttons, there will be some margin applied to them so that they are not too close together. Something like this. But please go to the Quasar page and look it up. There it is explained in detail. And then we have a span here, which displays the likes count. All right. Then down below we have a button. And maybe I just paste them in. Yeah, we have two buttons. And dependent on this Boolean value here, we make the button red. Yeah, because we have this scoped style provided here. And if it's true, then the button will be red. And yeah, on click, we like a post. And on this click here, and when we click on this button here, we toggle the comments. All right, let's see how it looks. Yeah. So we have the section here, and the toggling is already working. All right, nice. Now let's go again to the feed page and let's apply some more styling. Let's also have some scoped styling here. Yeah, just the max width for the card, max height auto and stuff like this. And then we apply it to our card. Yeah. And also let's say Vue gutter MD. And now let's make it that the images have a fitting size. So let's go to this image here and give it those properties. And this looks better, I think. Yeah. All right, now we can work on the like functionality on the backend. Let's create a like controller. PHP artisan make controller like controller. And let's delete it and let's create it again, but with dash dash invocable. And what this does, we have this magic method here, because we will have only one function and this method will be called automatically. So first of all, we want the user to be prevented from liking his own post. So what this says is, if the logged in user and the user who posted the post are the same, then we want to do an early return because we don't want users to be able to like their own post. And now if we are past this, then we want to check if the user has already liked the post. If so, then we want to delete it. And here we have this nice method on our post model. We can say post is liked by user, and we pass request user ID to it. And if it was already liked, yeah, so what we do is we get all the likes of this particular post, and then we look for a like with a specific user ID of the logged in user, and this is the one that we will delete. And then we say, oh, here's something wrong. What's wrong here? Of course, here we inject our model, post. And we can do this because later you will see in our route, we specify a dynamic parameter. And by doing so, we can get this post. But you will see it when we implement the route for this. All right. Now let's say post load user. So we want the post to be populated with the related user model. And then we say post is liked by user. And we want to set it to false. Then we say event. And here we haven't created this event, right? Post liked? No. All right, let's create this event. Make me an event, post liked. And then new post liked event. We need to import it. And we pass in the post. And then in our post liked event, again, we need to specify the post. And public post as property. Here again, return channel posts. And then down below, public function broadcast with return an array post and then new post resource. We can also do it like this. Yeah? So we can customize the data that we send back to the front end in this event here. This is also possible. I just wanted to show you that this can also be done like this. And now back in our like controller, and also return. Yeah, we can return the post. We don't really need to return the post here. We send this via event. We just return post is liked by user. And in this case, we just return is liked by user and set it to false. All right. If we don't have a like, then create one. Yeah. So this will add a like with a user ID and a post ID. Yeah. So yeah, this will basically add a like which belongs to a post, so to speak. And then we can say post load user. So we populate the post model with a related user model. Here we would say post is liked by user is true. We return our event and also we return JSON response with code set to 201. And this should be all good. Now let's go to our API. And here we have our third posts route. And now you see here we have this post in curly brackets, right? And because of this parameter here, which will be a post ID, we are able to write post in here. Yeah, so we are able to inject a post modal straight into our method here. Yeah, so, and because in our route this was named post, we have to name this post as well. All right. Now we are done with this thing. And one more thing, this is invoke, right? So in our API route, here we don't need to specify a method. Yeah? It gets called automatically because there's only one method. And now let's go to our front end. No, let's do PHP artisan optimize. Oh, here we get an error. Something wrong in routes. What's wrong here? I think I know. We have to import the light controller. All right. Now let's go to our feed page. And here we need to listen for post like. And we do this already, right? Yep, we do this already here. So it should already be working, I think. No! All right, I cannot like my own posts. This is correct. All good. Let's go to another. And oh, I'm still logged in here. Okay, because it's from my previous tries and testing, and I forgot to log out. So let's get rid of the stuff here in local storage. Now log out. All right, doesn't work. Let's log in. ccc@gmail.com. There we go. And now let's see what's happening here. Post is liked. But nothing works here. Nothing works. Why is nothing? And I think I know why nothing is working. Let's go back to our backend. Let's go to like control. No, post like event. Here we need to implement should broadcast. And now let's try again. There we go. It's working, you see? And only the client that actually likes the post has now a red like button and not this one here. Yeah? But still this like count is updating. And we also have some feedback here. All right, so this is already working. Okay, we are almost done with our feed page here. Here are still a few things we need to be working on. You see that we don't have any margin between posts, so we will fix this. Then also we haven't implemented the comment section yet, so we will be able to post comments underneath each post, and then also we will be able to post a reply to a specific comment. And yeah, then last but not least, we will fix the navigation here because it's too big. And then we will be moving to the next pages, profile page and settings page, and implement them. First of all, let's fix the problem with the margin here. Here on the outer div here with the v4 directive, let's add a class q dash and then m, y, and md. And you see we got some margin here now between each post. Let's also apply some classes to the second div here underneath the QCard tag. In here, let's say row, then justify start and items center here, and maybe Q EXSM here. Now let's apply a CSS class to the avatar. And here we say Q margin right MD. Okay, now let's fix the header. Let's go to our main layout. Then let's go to Q header here. Let's give it a prop of elevated. So we get a nice shadow here. Elevated. Then down below, let's give this div a class of row. Yeah. Down below, let's give this div a class of call to. Yeah. Now let's go to the Q tabs, which has a class of desktop only already. And let's apply call 10. And we fixed our header. It looks much better now. And now we can start working on our comment section. So let's go to our comment section component. Let's create a script tag. And you know the drill. We start working on the script section here, and we will be importing a bunch of stuff. And yeah, you know most of the things. We still need to create a comment store, which we will be doing next. So let's go to our store directory. Oops, what did I do? And let's create a new file in stores, comment, store.ts. In here, we will be importing a bunch of stuff. So access response, define store, API, use post store, and the comment interface. Let's create another interface here, comment state, which has a property of comments, which is of type comment array. Now let's say export cons, use comment store. In here we have a state property, which returns a comment state. All right, and the state function here returns an empty array initially. And here it's important because this is an arrow function and we have curly brackets here. So we need to wrap it in parentheses. And everything is fine. Next, let's create some actions. Oops, we already have the actions. Async fetch comments. Fetch comments takes a post ID because we only want to fetch the comments of a specific post. Otherwise, it would be too much. Imagine one post has 1,000 comments and we have 1,000 posts and we would load all comments at once. It would take ages. So in this case, we only load the comments of a particular post. Here again, we use the API, make a GET request to posts, post ID comments. Here again, we could also specify a type, and we could say comments, colon, comment array, like this. Let's also return a catch block. And in here again, we simply throw an error. Now let's create another function, comment posted, which takes a post ID, which is of type number, and a comment, which is of type comment. And then all this does, it prepends a comment to the comments array in our state here. And then also it calls update comments count in the post store, which is this thing here. And it updates the comments count on a particular post. And this must be named comment posted. And this is a function which will be called on our front end whenever we receive a comment posted event from the backend. Yeah, so we will be listening in our comment section component for this particular event. And next, we also have another function which will be called whenever we receive a reply posted event, which also takes a post ID and then a comment. In here, we try to find out the comment index, and we do it by using find index. This must be here parent underscore ID. So we basically try to find out the index of the comment that was replied to, basically here. And then we can say if comment index is not -1, it means we have found a comment in this comments array here. What we want to do then is we want to say, no, actually we need to do another check then. We need to check if this comments at this specific index actually exists, because it can be undefined, and if it's undefined, then we initialize an empty array, so to speak. Yeah. So we need to check if the comments object has a replies property, which is an array. And if it's not the case, if this is undefined, then we need to initialize it as an empty array. And once this is done, we can actually do the following here. So we can access the comment at a specific index. So we have a specific comment, and then we have the replies property. And to this replies property, which is an array, we spread in all our comments, replies, and then also the new reply. We append it, so to speak. And of course, for better understanding, let's name this argument here reply instead of comment in this case. And you might be wondering how I came up with this check here. And this was just because I ran into an error that I got, and it always told me that I cannot push anything to replies because it's basically not existent. So this is why we need to initialize it, or we need to make sure that it is an array before we put any new objects in it, right? So yeah, this must be available. And imagine a comment has 0 replies. Yeah. So if for the case it has 0 replies, this thing would not exist. And then we go into this if block here. We create an empty array, and then we are able to place the first reply in this replies array. Yeah, so what you can try is also, yeah, you can comment this out and see what happens, and you will get an error. And this is how I came up with this solution here. And we are finally done with our comment store. Let's close it. Now in our comment section component, we can keep going. So let's create a few variables. I simply paste them in. So we need the comments from our Pinia store. We need a comment text, which is a simple ref, a reply text. Then we need a ref as a boolean to toggle our comment form. And then also we need the ID of the comment that we want to show a reply form for. So yeah, this is a long name, but I try to make it a little bit descriptive. And then also we have another ref, which is a boolean for the loading state of our comments. Now let's create a function, const add comment, which is async, which takes a post ID, which is a number. And in here we can use, for example, try and catch again. There are many different approaches. And we say, for example, await here, post. We say await API.post. And we need to import API. We have imported it already. Why do I get this error here? All right, and the route is posts. And maybe let's use backticks here. Then here we need to use the post ID, and then comments. And we simply send, we don't need the post ID here because we sent it here in the URL. So here we simply send the body, which is a comment text. Then maybe let's create a catch block so the error goes away. We can throw the error, throw. And what's wrong here? Of course, the function signature must be like this. The error was missing. And then we can set the comment text value to an empty string again. And we can toggle the show comment form. We set it to false. And we are done with our add comment function. Now let's create an add reply function, which takes a comment ID and which goes to comments, comment ID replies. And instead of a comment text, we send a reply text. Then, same as above, we set the reply text here, in this case, to an empty string. And then also, we don't want to show that particular reply form, yeah, underneath the comment that we replied to. So we set it to undefined again. And we are done with the add reply function. Next, let's make use of onMounted, yeah, the lifecycle hook here. And in here we can run an async function. And here we want to do a few things. First of all, we want to fetch the comments. And in here we want to do a few things. First of all, we want to fetch the comments by using our Pinia store. Yeah, we are making use of our action here. And we don't have props yet. So we will be passing a post as prop to our comment section. So I would say let's define props. Let's go up here somewhere. Let's define them here. So we will be having a post which is of type post and which is required. Now let's go back to our onMounted hook. And in here, after this is done, we can say loading comments is false because the comments have been loaded. And then also what we want to do is we want to listening. And then we want to listen for a few things here. 2 things to be precise. So we will be listening on the post channel. And we will be listening for the comment posted event. And in here, we have a callback. And this gets a data object with a comment property, which is of type comment. Like this. And in here, we can actually modify our comments state in our Pinia store by running the add comment action. Sorry, the comment posted. I think we named it, right? Wait, let's check it. Comment posted is correct. And in here we have to provide 2 arguments. The first being props.post.id and the second is data.comment. And of course, we need to make sure that we have imported comment. And then also, let's listen again to another event, which is reply posted. And reply posted takes in a data object with a reply property. And here again, we get an error. 2 arguments expected. Okay, the post ID. And here I made a mistake. Yeah, because here we only need to supply 1 argument. So let's go back to the comment store. And we actually don't need this post ID here. You see, we don't use it here. So let's get rid of it. And the error goes away. And whenever this component here unmounts, let's say echo.leave posts. By doing this, we avoid memory leaks and unexpected behavior. So this is always good practice. Yeah, whenever you add event listeners and stuff like this, yeah, to get rid of them once a component unmounts. Now let's add some scope styling. Here we have 2 CSS classes, some padding, border, and stuff like this, margin. And this is meant to make the comment section look really nice. And you will see it in a bit. All right. Now we can start to code out the template. Let's wrap it in a div. Then let's have a beautiful scroll area provided by Quasar. Area. Let's give it a style of height 200 pixel. And in the scroll area here, let's have a div with if directive. And here we have loading comments. So what we want to do is, whenever loading comments is true, we want to show skeletons as placeholder, so to speak. And we can say QSkeleton animated with some margin QMYMD. And then also let's add here to this div. No, maybe it's better below this div. Let's have another div and let's wrap the skeleton with it like this. And you already see a nice skeleton here. Now in this div, below the div with the vif statement, let's add a v4 directive and let's say n in 3. So this will loop over. So this will create 3 skeletons. And let's provide a key of simply n. So here you see them. We have 3 nice looking skeletons. And then in the skeleton here, let's have another Q skeleton of type circle. Let's animate it as well. And in here, let's have Q avatar. And in this Q avatar, let's have a div. And this div has some inline styling. Has width of 100% and height of 100%. And then it has a nice background color of hashtag CCC. And here we need to make a semicolon like this. And you see we have also a nice round skeleton here. Next, let's go. Above this ending scroll area tag. And let's add the comments here. Let's have a div with v_else directive and then also v4. And in here we can loop over our comments. Comment in comments. Let's give it a key of comment ID. And in here, let's have a div with a class of comment. And in this div here, let's have a router link with a to property. And in here we have backticks. And then let's say profile and then $, curly brackets, comment user.id. Like this. Let's close this router link. And in this router link here, let's have a Q avatar with a class of QMR, the margin right of MD. And then I think I don't need to put an image in here. What we can do is simply take this and apply it directly to the avatar. Let's try it out like this. So in the case, so for the case that we don't have an avatar URL, meaning the user has not uploaded an image here on the settings page, then we want to show the default placeholder image. This is what we are doing here. And then below this ending avatar tag, let's have another avatar with a v_else directive. In this case, this can be saved closing. And in this case here, we know the user has an avatar URL and we can display the image. Now below this router link, let's have a div with class of column. So this is similar to flex column, so to speak. In here, let's have a strong element. And then let's say comment username. Then below this strong tag here, let's have a paragraph with comment.body. And you know what? Before we keep going here with the UI, I would say it totally makes sense to implement the backend. So we get rid of the loading state and we are able to post comments and stuff like this. So we actually see something else, yeah? rather than seeing the skeletons here all the time. So yeah, I would say let's go to the backend and implement the backend and then go back to the front end. Let's create two new controllers. PHP artisan make controller post comments controller, and then also post comments or post comment replies controller. Beautiful. Let's go to our post comments controller. In here, let's create a function, public function, get comments with replies, request. In here we have one line, return response JSON, and in here we have an array with the key of comments. And then here we say we have a post which will be injected in here. Yeah, so we can directly inject a post model here. And this is possible because we have a dynamic parameter in our URL, which we will be naming post. Yeah, we will see it later in our API routes, how we do this. And by doing this, we can directly inject a post model here or any other model that we want. And we can say we have this particular post and we want all the comments of this post. And then also we want to populate the comments with a user and also replies. And then we will also want the user of the replies. Yeah. And then we have to say arrow get like this and semicolon. We need to import post. So what we are doing here is we load all the comments, and each comment has a user, a replies field, and then also on each reply we will have a user. Yeah, so we load a lot of data, a lot of related models. And now let's keep going here. Let's create another function. Store comments. Request. We inject the post model again. Validate it. We validate the user input, which is just a body in our case. So a comment can just have a body. Then once we pass this, once the user has provided a body, we can say comment is equal to post comments create, and in here we actually have to provide the user ID and the body. And what this does is it creates a comment, yeah, with the post ID of this specific post, and then also the user ID of the logged in user here. Yeah? This is what's happening here. So it basically adds a comment to a specific post. Next here we can say comment load user. So we load the related model because we need the user data on the comment. And then we can create a new event, make event comment posted. And we also can create another event, reply posted. Now in here we can say event new comment posted. We pass in the comment, and then we can return response JSON. Yeah, we return the comment and code of 201 because we created something in the database. Now let's go to comment posted. In here again, we have broadcast with. Yeah. So we send our comment, but we don't really need to specify this, yeah, because this will be sent automatically. But we have to specify it in the constructor, and we have to pass it in. And also we have to specify it as property here, and we have to use an interface here, should broadcast. And oh my god, what am I doing here? Comment. And then this needs to be a channel with the name of posts. And I would say let's also implement the reply functionality. So let's go to the other controller, comment. How was it named? Post comment replies controller. And in here we just have one method. Maybe we just name it function store request, and then comment. Here we inject the comment model. We need to import it. Then here we can simply say reply is equal to new comment. And in here we pass in request validate body required, and maybe we can also say like max colon 1000 characters. So not more than 1000 characters, otherwise an error will be thrown. And once we pass the validation, we can say reply user parentheses associate request user. So this will put the user ID on the reply. So a reply belongs to a single user. Then also let's say reply parent associate comment. And what this does here is it will put the comment ID here, the ID of this comment, as parent ID on this reply. And then we can say reply.save. Next we can fire event new reply posted, and we can pass in the reply, and we can return the reply and status code of 201. Next, let's go to our API routes. In here we have two new routes for our comments. I will simply paste them in. And here you see we have a dynamic parameter, and we named it post. And this is basically the post ID. And because we named it post here, it's named post as well here, right? And due to this, we can directly inject the model into our method of the controller. Then we also have another route, replies, which looks like this. Yeah? And here we have the comment again. So we can inject the comment model in this store method. All right, so far so good. Let's run PHP Artisan Optimize. And now this loading state should stop. And now again, we are getting some errors here. And it's because post comments controller does not exist. And I always forget it. So let's go back to our backend. And in here, we need to import them. Post comments controller, and then also post comment replies controller. And now let's, we need to run, I think we need to run PHP Artisan Optimize again. Yeah, we need to run it again. Now let's try again. Yep, it's working. The loading state is gone. And the comments will be loaded once we click on this button here. This is what we want. And we get back an empty array. Now let's keep working on the UI. where we left off. First of all, let's go to the paragraph here with comment.body. Then let's go below this div there. And let's implement the replies. Let's have a div with v4 and then reply and comment.replies. Key is reply.id. Let's close this div. And then in here, let's have another div with the class of a reply. Let's have a router link with a to property, to. Let's have backticks in here. Profile, $, reply.user.id. In this router link, let's have QAvatar with a class of QMRMD. And I think this avatar can be self-closing. In this avatar tag, let's have a VIF directive. And here we say if reply user.avatar, the URL is non-existent. So if the user has no avatar URL, in this case, we want to show SRC. And here we make use of our helper URL. And we will load our default image. Down below this avatar, let's have another avatar, QAvatar, with the else directive, size MD, we make it a bit smaller. And then here we know we have an avatar URL and we will show the image. Now let's go underneath this ending router link and let's create another div here. Let's have a strong tag and let's have reply.username. Below this closing strong tag, let's have another paragraph with reply.body. And you see how this goes. We have a nested for each loop basically. Yeah, we have one loop. And in this loop, we loop over all the replies of each comment. Now let's count to 3 after this paragraph tag, 1, 2, 3. And after the third div, let's have our reply form. So after the last reply, we will have our reply form. So after the last reply, we will have a button. And here we will display the reply form. Let's have a div with VIF directive. And here, maybe I add this later, so it's easier for you to understand what's going on here. And in here, in this div, let's have a Q input with vModel of reply text. Label is write a reply. Let's also provide some props for styling, filled, dense. Yeah, maybe the label should be just reply. And then the placeholder is reply to this comment. Let's have a lazy rules. Let's specify some rules. Yeah, so basically we can't send an empty reply. Then below this input, let's have a button. And this has an on-click and this button has an on-click handler with add reply. And then also we don't want this here. Let's close this button. Yeah, then down below, let's have another button. VueBTN. Palette, dense. Color is secondary. Label is cancel. And what this does, it just sets the ID, which is stored in this variable, to undefined. And we need to close this button tag. Now, after we have been looped over all the comments, we want to display the comment form, which allows us to post a comment. Let's have div vif show comment form. In here, let's have QInput with a V model of comment text, build, dense, placeholder, add a comment, lazy rules, and then also this can't be empty. Let's close it. Then down below we will have two other buttons. Yeah, one for adding a comment and the other one for hiding the comment form. And then we should be good to go. All right, and we still don't see anything. And this makes total sense because the comment form is only shown whenever this is true. And it's false by default. So what we need is, we need another button, yeah, which we put after this div here. And this button will always be shown for the case show comment form is not true. Yeah? So when this is not true, then this thing will be shown. And this will simply set show comment form to true. And then, you know what? We don't need this div here. Let's take this v_else directive and put it on the button. Okay. Now we should see the button. Oh, we don't see anything here. We don't see anything. Yeah, we don't see anything, and I made a mistake in our script section. We have this warning here, and this warning is because I have put the unmounted hook inside this unmounted hook, and this is not correct. So let's put it down below. And are we seeing something? No. We still don't see anything. Huh? All right, let's go to the template again. And yes, I know why. You know, because we don't have any comments and we have included this button inside this loop. Yeah, we don't render anything, yeah, because we have 0 comments, so no button will be shown. So we need to close this before this button here. And basically we need to place this comment. And basically, no, this is wrong. We need to take this div and place it here, you know, where we have this comment form comment above this one. Yeah. So now this loop is closed and we should render a comment form with all the buttons and also this button here, which will be shown whenever show comment form is false. So let's see. Still nothing is shown. Strange. Ah, sorry. I made another big mistake here. You know, this were just the replies. We still have this included in the comments loop. This is a mistake. So let's grab this div and place it up here. Now let's see again. Yeah, now we have it here. And let's try to write a comment. Let's go, buddy. And this seems to be not working. We get a 500 error. Let's see why that is. All right, let's try it out. Doesn't work. Let's see what's happening here. 500 error. Field user ID. Post comments controller. Okay, I think we get this error here because we need to add something to the fillable array of our comment model. Yeah, let's add user ID and post ID. And now let's try it again. And it works. The comment is already here. Beautiful. Okay, let's add another comment. Yo, that's cool. And it's up here, yeah? This seems to be working nicely. But now you see one issue here. We basically render this reply form underneath each comment. And this sucks, right? This is not good. So what we can do is, we can use a VIF directive again. And we apply this VIF directive underneath this reply form comment here, yeah? And by adding this VIF directive here, we will only show the reply form for a specific comment. But now we have another issue here. We don't see this reply button, yeah? We want it to have it like this, that we have a reply button, and when we click on it, then we see the reply form, yeah? And why is this? This is a bit strange. We have our reply form here. And I think it is because I forgot to add another button. Yeah. So below this VF, let's have another button here, which is a button with a label of reply. And this button will set this variable to the comment ID of this specific comment, yeah, that we want to comment on. And now let's see what we get. Yeah, this makes sense now. You see, every comment has a reply button now. Let's add another comment. You see, all the comments have a reply button now. And when we click on it, we can add a reply. And this does not work. Let's see what's going on here. All right, interesting again. Okay, now I found out why we get this error here, why we can't post a reply. And it is because I forgot to add one line in the post comment replies controller method. So let's go here. And in here, after this line here, we have to add another line. And by doing so, this added reply, or comment, I should say, it's a comment basically, will have the post ID of this post, yeah, that has been commented on. And yeah, that's it basically. Now we can try it again. And it works. Beautiful. It works nicely. And now let's see here if this works. Yo! Okay, I just have found out that the reply posted is not fired from our API. So let's go back to our backend. Reply posted. Let's go into reply posted. And here we forgot to implement should broadcast. Now let's try again. Here our API is firing now. And let's try again. Let's refresh. You know what? I'm going to delete all the comments. You know what? I have to delete the posts. And all the comments will be deleted. And now let's create another post. Let's add a comment. Yep, let's add a reply. Somehow this reply is not shown. Why is that? Let's go to the comment store and reply posted here. Let's do console.log reply, comma, comment, reply posted. This sucks now. Okay. Somehow reply posted is not running. Interesting. Let's go to our unmounted lifecycle here. Reply posted. The name should be correct, I think. Reply posted, yep. Yep. You see, we don't send any data back to the front end. Yeah. So reply posted. Yeah, we need to send something back. And also here, the channel is wrong. Oh my god. The channel is posts, and we want to send back a reply. And here's property reply as well. Public reply. And now let's try again. Yep, now it's working. Now it's working as expected. And also the comment counter should work for every comment that we add. Yep. And can add another one. Yep. So you see this looks nice, yeah? We have the comment here and then the replies down below. And we have a nice border here, which makes sense. And then after the last reply, we show a reply button. And then here we only show one reply form. And then also we have one comment form here after we have been looping over all comments. All right. Now there's still an issue here. You see, we show this reply form, but also this button. This is not good. So let's go up to our reply form here. And we need to add a VElse directive to this button. And then we should be fine, I think. Yep, we see the button here, reply, we click on it, we see the form, and everything is good. And here you see the buttons are pretty close together, yeah. What we can do here is we can wrap them in queue card actions. And actions, sorry. Oops, sorry. This needs to be in this div here, and this upper one needs to be above this reply button here. And this needs to be deleted. And now you see we have some margin between them. And I think this is awesome. Let's try it out by logging in as another user. Let's delete these. And now let's see what's happening here. We can like it. Yep. Let's comment on it. Ah, it's here. All right, Peter. Let's add a reply. Yep, it's also here, right? So I think this is fine here. Yeah. But one thing is still not working, you see. We don't see any avatars here. This is what we really need to fix. So let's work on this now. First of all, you know, I forgot to use my URL helper. Yeah, we can totally use it here, everywhere. So let's say URL and pass in this. And also use it here, because it's never a good idea to hardcode any URLs. Because, yeah, if you decide to change the URL, you need to change it everywhere in your code, and this is super bad. And okay, I did a little investigation and I found out why no images were showing up. And the reason being, we need to do it in that way that we have a Q avatar, and in it we also need to have image. Yeah, otherwise it will not be working. So you see here for the comments, I've implemented it already correctly. Here the image is showing up, but not for the replies. Yeah, you see I have a Q avatar here, and what I need to do here still is I need to get rid of this here, because I've put the VIF directive on the image and the VLs, and let's see if this works still. Now let's do the same for the replies here. Yeah, instead of having a second avatar here, let's just have one avatar, but with a second image and with a VLs directive. Let's grab the VIF directive and the source prop from the avatar here, and down below let's create another image and paste it in, close the tag, and yes. And now we are seeing the reply avatar as well. Now what we can do is, let's make this thing, the reply avatar, a little bit smaller, yeah, so it looks nicer. Let's say here size is MD. Yeah, so we have it smaller here, and this looks better, I think. And I think this works well. Feel free to improve the user experience here. Of course, this can be made prettier, but for now I would say this is great. And let's move on. Next, let's implement this profile page here. Well, let's go to the profile page. Profile page. Let's go to the script section here. And I paste in a lot of stuff here. We need store to REST API, our comment store, our post store, post interface, on-mounted and on-unmounted lifecycle hooks, use router, echo, and we also need our comment section and postcard actions as well. Next, let's create a few variables. We need a user ref with a name, bio, and avatar URL property. We need the posts from our post store. We need a show dialog ref, which is either true or false. We need a specific selected post. We need a specific post, which is in the selected post ref variable. And then we need loading profile data, which is a Boolean, loading comments, which is a Boolean, loading comments, which is a Boolean, loading avatar, which is a Boolean, and then we need router, which is provided by use router. Now let's create a few functions. Const show post details. It takes a post, type post, and in here, first of all, we will be listening. Echo.listen on the post channel, posts, and sorry, this must be channel, echo.channel, and now we can listen. We listen to post created. And you know what? Because it's repetitive, I simply copy it and paste it in. We've done this before, yeah? We are listening for the post created and post liked event. Yeah, we've done already this on the feed page. You see? But here we will be doing it a little bit different, because we are only listening to it when this function is run. And why we do this, I will explain in a bit. Let's keep going. Here we set the selected post variable to the post that we pass in as an argument. Show dialog we set to true so that we can see the dialog. Loading comments we set to true. Then we use comment store and fetch our comments with the fetch comments action. We pass in the post ID, that's all we need here. Then we get the comments, and then we have a function here, and in here we can say selected post comments dot value, and then comments as comment array or empty array. All right, and we need to delete the semicolon. And why does this not work here? Okay. All right, I made a mistake. This thing here returns nothing. Yeah, it returns a promise of void. So let's go again to our comment store. And in here, we can also return directly this .comments. Yeah? So we can grab the comments like this. I think we could also do it like we did it with posts, yeah, but we've done it differently. There are many ways to do it. And then after that, we can say loading comments dot value to false. And we need to import post or what? We need to import post. We have imported it already. Man, error. All right. Let's create another function here. Const fetch user data, which is an async function. Let's have a try and catch block. In here we don't need the arrow. And in this try block, once response is equal to await API.get users, and now we do plus router current route dot value dot parents dot id. So yeah, what we are doing here? This is a big question. So we are obviously getting the ID parameter, yeah, which is the user ID. Whenever we click on something like this, we end up here, and we are extracting this ID. And why this has the name of ID is because in our routes we named it :ID. Okay. Now we can also say user.value is response data dot user. Loading profile data dot value is false. Now loading avatar value is false as well. And now we have to create another function. Handle dialog close. And in here we get parameter new value, which is a boolean. And if it is false, then we want to set the selected post to undefined and selected post comments dot value to undefined to an empty array as well. And why is this? Because when this function is run, the dialog is closed. So no need to have a selected post, and also no need to have the comments of the selected post because nothing is selected anymore. Yeah, but you will see this in action soon, so don't worry. And then also very important, otherwise we get unexpected behavior, which really sucks. And we need to say echo channel posts, and then we need to stop listening to the post created event as well as to the post liked event. And if we don't do this here, yeah, our real-time functionality will not work. Yeah, we get some strange unexpected behavior, and why that is, I will explain later. So let's keep going. Let's implement on mounted, which takes an async callback. In here, when the component mounts, let's fetch user data. Then let's say loading profile data.value is false. Then let's say await. Use post store, fetch posts. And now we can pass in the ID here. So what we are doing here is we fetch the posts, but only the posts of a specific user. In this case, of the user with the ID of 3. And here we get an error because we've set the ID here to a number, I think. Yep, this is a number here, the user ID. So here we need to grab this thing and say number, parentheses, and pass it in, like this. And this should work now, I think, huh? What's going on here? And of course, this is a mistake by me. Fetch users posts. Yeah, we need to call a different action here because in our post store, yeah, we have these two actions here, right? So we need to take this because we want to fetch the posts of a specific user. Yeah, not all the posts that we are displaying here, right? So we need to be careful here. And actually here we stop listening, and on mounted, when the component mounts, here we want to actually start listening, so to speak. So let's add this here. And with that, we should be fine and we can start coding out our template. Let's say queue page. Can specify a padding here. In here, let's have a beautiful queue card. In here, queue card section. Then in the section here, div class collects row, so to speak, items center, and this should be fine, I think. Let's have queue avatar with a size of 150 pixel. In here, let's have queue skeleton, if loading avatar, type circle, size 150 pixel, animated, and close the tag. Down below the skeleton, let's say queue image, else, and here we know we have an avatar URL that so we can display our image here. Let's close it, and there we have our avatar. Down below this avatar, let's have another div. And in this div, let's have another div. In here, let's say div class text dark text h6 and username as text. Down below, qskeleton, vif, loading profile data, type text and animated. Then down below, if the profile data has been loaded, we say div v-else, we show user.name. Then let's go pass two closing divs here, and let's create another div here. In here, let's say div class text dark text h6 bio, and then again qskeleton vif loading profile data, the same as above here. And then if the data has been loaded, then we can say div v-else and then user.bio. Then again, let's go below the second closing div here. Let's say div class with q margin left large close. In this div, let's have qskeleton vif loading profile data, type is equal to text and animated again. Down below the skeleton, let's say div v-else and then class text dark text h6. And here, let's say posts.length. Then below this closing div tag here, let's open up curly brackets 2 times and let's say posts.length is equal to 1. Then we want to show the text of post. Otherwise, we want to show posts. Yep, like this. Now, after this closing qcard tag, let's loop over our posts. Or maybe before we do this, let's see why nothing is loading here. Of course, nothing is loading because we haven't implemented the functionality on the back end. Yeah, so let's go to our back end and start implementing this. Let's create a profile controller. And in here we have a very simple function. Show user data. Again, we do model injection here. Yeah, so we have access to our user. And then if we don't find any user, then we return 404. Otherwise, we return our user with a 200 response. Then we have a second function here, show user posts. Again, we inject the user model. If we don't find the corresponding user, we do an early return. Otherwise, we have a user. We can grab all the posts of this specific user. And also we can populate the user field on each post, yeah, with the user, so to speak. And then we can sort them by latest, meaning the newest post comes first, yeah. So yeah, this is what latest means in this case here. And we should be fine. Let's go to API. And here we have our 2 routes for the profile. Yeah. Here we have user again, right? So we can inject the user model. And we can run PHP artisan optimize. Great. Now let's reload this page here. Let's see what's happening here. All right, we get again these errors that we've gotten before. And it is because I always forget to import here the profile controller in this case. Now let's reload. And again, PHP artisan optimize. Let's go back. Yep, now it's working, right? So we see our post count and the username. Now let's make it a little bit prettier. I think what we can do here is, in our profile page, after this first skeleton here, we can say Vue image v else if. Yeah. So for the case that the avatar URL is null, yeah, then we want to render the default picture as we have done before. So we use our URL helper and we paste in storage avatars default.png, and we need to import this URL helper. And there we go, we see our placeholder here. Now let's add QGutterMD to this div after QCard section. Let's see what this does, all right. And let's also add QGutterXS to this div here after the closing QAvatar tag. Yeah. And maybe let's go up and instead of item center, let's say item start. Yeah, and make it like this. Yeah. And here username. It's not really aligned here, right? Why is that? Maybe it's because of this here. Is it now aligned? I think now it should be fine, right? Yeah, I think I leave it like this. Yeah. Of course, you can improve this, but I don't want to make this tutorial too long. So let's keep going here. Now let's go to our posts section here. Let's have a div with a class of row QGutterMD and then justify start. Let's close this div. And in this div, let's have another div with class call MD3 and call SM5. Let's close this div, and in this div, let's say, or let's add a v4 directive on this div. Post and posts, and then as key post.id. Then in this div, let's render Q image class cursor pointer and fit. Source is the URL, and we pass in post.image path, and then there we have it. And maybe let's grab this image, wrap it in QCard with onClick show post details, and we pass in the post. And then in this QCard we can add our QImage. All right, nice. And this must be cursor pointer. Yep. And also what is cool about this QImage component, we can customize this loading spinner here. So we can say spinner size 100, for example, spinner color blue, for example. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that we can customize. Now, after this QCard and after the next two divs here, let's have a dialog. QDialog with a vmodel of show dialog. And then here we want to call add update model value. So whenever this value here changes, we want to run this function. And let's also add some nice animation here. Transition, slide up, and transition height, slide down, like this. Let's browse this dialog, and in this dialog, let's have a QCard. And we only want to show this card if we have a selected post, bif selected post. And in this card, let's have a QCard section. And then in this QCard section, let's have a div with a class of text h6. And in this div, let's render selected post.body. All right. Then after this clothing tag of the QCard section, let's render QImage with fit is equal to color, style is width of 500 pixel, height semicolon, height of 300 pixel, and then as source, source. Let's use our URL helper, and we paste in selected post.image path like this, and we close it. Down below this image tag, let's have another QCard section. In here, let's have QCard. No, we don't need this. In here, let's say post card actions, yeah, which is our component. We pass in the post, which is the selected post in this case. And we close it. Then let's have another section And in here, we render our comment section component. And this takes a post, which is also our selected post. And then that's it. We can close the QCard section. And we should be good. Okay, this doesn't look too good here. Something is wrong. And I failed to properly write QDialog. Let's change it. Dialog, like this. Dialog. And now this works here, right? And now let me like this post here. And you see it updates in real time. We can also write a comment. And it updates also. All right, let's try to write a comment. And this works as well. Yeah, can also write a reply. And now I wanted to explain you why we have this handle dialog close. And it is because if we open this, yeah, and then we do here something, and we close it and open it again, the real-time functionality would stop working. Yeah? And I always wondered why that is, and then I found out it is because there's some issue here with vModel, yeah, and we need to make use of this function here in order to reset everything, yeah, and it totally makes sense to only listen when we open this post details model here, so to speak, yeah. And another thing, we don't need to have this in place here, yeah, because we only want to start listening when we show the post details. Okay, there's still one more thing to improve. We are here the owner of this profile page, and we should be able to post something and see it immediately. But this does not happen, huh? Only after page refresh. And why is it? The reason is that we have this show post details function here, and in here we start listening for posts created. But I would say, yeah, it was a mistake by me. It doesn't really make sense, yeah, because we want the post to appear immediately, yeah, not only if the thing here is open, yeah. So what we can do here is we can copy this thing, then we can delete .listen here, yeah. Then we can go down here to unmounted and pass it in here. But then also we need on unmounted, and here we can stop listening for the post created. And by doing this, we should be able now to see our posts directly, since we are the owner of this profile page, and this works. Let's try another one. Yep, it works. Cool. And yeah, so we can't do it like in here, yeah. So here we have on unmounted and on mounted. This works here, but it does not work well if we have a QDialog with a vModel, yeah. So this is a clean approach. Yeah, we need to make use of this handle dialog close, which gets called whenever this vModel, which is show dialog, changes, yeah. So this is important. Now let's start implementing the settings page here. All right, in our settings page, we start again with the script section. We have to import 3 things. Use Quasar, API, onMounted, and ref. We have a user ref, which has a name, avatar URL, and bio property. We create a $Q variable by using use Quasar. We create 2 other refs. Yeah, one is a file ref, and the other one is a Boolean for loading data. Now let's implement const upload image, which is an async function. If avatar file.value is null, we do an early return. And if we pass this if statement, then we can say const new form data is equal to new form data. We say new form data append avatar, and then we pass in our ref.value here, avatar.value, try and catch. In the try block, let's say const response is equal to await API post, settings avatar, and we pass in our new form data. Then down below, const avatar URL is equal to response.data.avatar URL. Then we set user.value.avatar URL to avatar URL. And we can say to notify with a message of avatar updated and type positive. Otherwise, we can say to notify and then message error updating avatar with a type of negative. Then also we have another function, const update user data, which is basically very similar. So nothing crazy about this thing here. But instead of having some form data, we just send an object here, user data, yeah, with name, bio, and avatar URL. And then basically we have also 2 times qNotify here. Next, let's have an onMounted lifecycle hook here. And this is very simple. We get the logged in user by making a get request to settings. Then after that, we set the loading data.value to false. And for the case we fail, we use qNotify again. And let's also provide some scope styling. We have a container with a max width and some margin and text align center. Now let's implement our template. Let's have qPage with padding, then a div class of container. In here, let's have a h6 with a class of text gray 9. And in here, let's say profile settings. Then let's have a Q avatar down below with a size of 200 pixels. In this avatar, let's have a Q. In this avatar, let's have a Q skeleton with a vif directive of loading data, type circle, size 200 pixels. And then down below, let's have our Q image. But here we can make use of the else if. And for the case the user avatar URL is null, then again we show a default placeholder here. Let's import this helper. And then else we now that we have avatar URL, we can display the corresponding image. And I would say, before we keep going here, let's implement the backend, yeah, so that we get rid of this loading state and stuff like this. Let's create a settings controller. And now let's go to the API file. And in here, let's paste in 3 routes. And now let's start to implement them. Let's go to our settings controller. The first method is very simple. We just return the logged in user, yeah, to the front end. The second one, we update name and bio. So we can simply access the logged in user, and then we can run the update method and pass in the validated data. And then we return the updated user. Next, we have public function update avatar, which takes in a request. In here again, we have validated, which is request arrow validate. And then we have an avatar here, yeah, which is the image. We can specify tons of rules here. And if we pass this line, we have a valid image. Now we can check if the user has already an avatar, and if so, delete it. We can say if request user avatar.url. So if the avatar URL column is populated in the database and storage exists, request user avatar URL. So if there's already a file, yeah, in the Laravel storage, yeah, meaning if we have a file in here, right, in avatars, then we want to delete it, basically, yeah. And by default, in our database, we don't have avatar URL. It's null, yeah. But we just have a default PNG that we render on the front end. Now let's say user is equal to request user. Let's say avatar name. And here we can construct a unique name. Yeah, we can get the original extension, which is PNG or JPEG or whatsoever, and we can construct a name which is unique because we use the time here and the user ID. And then let's say validated avatar and call store as. And here we say public avatars, and then we pass in the avatar name. Now let's construct the avatar URL by using this storage URL helper. Let's update our user. User avatar URL is equal to avatar URL. Let's run user save, and let's return a JSON response with the user and a code of 200. Now again, let's go to API. I forgot it. I'm really sure that I forgot it again. Let's import the controller, settings controller here. Let's run PHP artisan optimize. Let's go back to our front end. And the loading state is gone. And we don't have any errors. Let's see the network tab. We get back our user. Yeah? All right, perfect. Now let's keep working on our template. Down this closing QAvatar tag, let's have QFile with the V model of avatar file. It accepts any image, yeah, because the more sophisticated validation we do on the backend, yeah, it's all right like this. And then also add update colon model value. We want to run upload image. Yeah, so we directly upload the image when we have an avatar file. And what's going on here? Sorry, we have to put it in this tag. Maybe let's also provide some styles, outlined and dense. And sorry, let's make it a wrapper, this Q file. And in this Q file, let's add a template with a V slot of prepend. And this is handled by Quasar. And you see we have a nice icon here. I think we can also specify color and set it to blue, for example. Yeah. All right, after this closing Q file, let's have Q skeleton. If loading data. Let's close this skeleton. And also let's pass in some other properties here to the skeleton. Yeah. And then below the skeleton, let's have Q input with the else directive. Model is equal to user.name, label is name, outline dense. And we have it populated with the name of the logged in user. Let's have another skeleton. Again with if loading data. And then down below the skeleton, let's have another input with else, model of user.bio, and so on. Here it is beautiful. Below this last input, let's have a button. And this button will call update user data. Let's close it. There it is. So we basically have functionality for updating the user image, and then also we can update these two inputs. And let's reload. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, okay, here we have a problem. Update user data. What's happening here? Oh my god. Of course, we need to close this correctly here, this upload image function. And now it's working. We can try to update it. The good life. We can update this. Let's reload. And it's persistent, yeah? It's stored in our database. User, the good life, yeah? Now let's try to upload a new image. All right, but we don't see it yet, huh? We don't get an error, but we don't see anything. This looks fine. Why we don't see anything here? Let's see what's going on here. This should be correct. Ah, sorry. Let's take this URL here at line 14 and let's use our URL helper again and let's paste it in. And now this should work here. Yay! Now it works. We can update it again. And it doesn't update, huh? This should directly update. So this looks alright, but we still don't see any image. And now we can have a look in Vue DevTools. Let's go to our settings page, and here we see that avatar URL is undefined. And why that is, I don't know. Let's go to our Pinia store. It's undefined here as well. And it is because in our update user data, we don't modify our state here, right? And we have different opportunities. And for our case here, we could just make use of the local state here. Yeah, we could also use the Pinia state, which is globally accessible, but in our case, I think this is fine here. So let's say const response is equal to this, and then down below we can say user.value is equal to response data.user. Now let's try again. It's still not working. Let's refresh and try again. Okay, still not working. And the reason for this issue is that here in our upload image function, we need to say response data and then user.avatar, I think. Yep, that's it. Yeah, that was a mistake. And now when looking in our store, all right, here we didn't update it, which is okay. We could do it like this, but now we have a local state of our user. And we can look in components here. Yeah, we have an avatar URL here now. But what we also could do, we could just use our globally accessible Pinia store, which would maybe be better. Yeah, so we only have one single source of truth here. And I would say, let's do it. So let's say import use user store. Let's say import store to res from Pinia. And then we can destructure user store and get the user, which is reactive now. And now we can use this user here rather than the ref. Yeah, I've already deleted the ref. So this is all right, but now we need to modify the user state in the Pinia store. Yeah, whenever we upload an image. And so what we can do here is, let's say use user store update avatar, and we pass in the avatar URL. And now let's create this action here. And what we can do here is say this.user is equal. Okay, we can do it like this. This.user.avatar URL is equal to avatar. Yeah. I think this should work. Let's create another function here. Update user data. And this simply is an object with name and bio, and both are of type string. And here we can provide an object and say spread operator this.user, and then we pass in name and bio. Yeah? This will update the user object. And now we can call this action whenever we update the user data. So here, yeah, user store update user data. Yeah, this is what we named it. And this should be fine, I think. Let's try it out. Let's reload. Let's go to our Pinia store. Yeah, it's updated here, beautiful. And when going to our component, let's target it. Settings page, we have access to the state, yeah? And now we have one single source of truth, which is perfect. Before it was not so clean, yeah? We had a local user state here and then also a user state in the Pinia store, which is not really great. This here I think is much cleaner now, and it seems to be working fine. Yep, it works. Now let's make this a little bit more beautiful. We can provide some margin. Now let's make this here a bit more beautiful. Let's apply some margin here everywhere. So what you see is that I applied the margin to the skeletons, but not to the inputs. You see they have it, but not our inputs. So let's apply it to our inputs as well, and to our name input, which is here, like this, and then also to our file picker. Yep. All right, cool. I think this is fine. One thing, this does not work here. Why does this not work? Let's see. Yeah. All right, it updates the state correctly. But in our database, but it's not persisting it to our database. Let's see what happens if I hit enter. All right, it seems we are sending the data, right? But on the front end, we are not properly displaying it. Why that is? We have user here, and then we say user.bio, user.name. I think this should work, but why is that? I know why. We need to hydrate our user store. So here we need to call update user data as well. Yeah. And now this should be fine. Yeah, now it's working. All right, there's just one more issue. Here on our profile page, yeah, we don't see this avatar anymore. And let's see why that is. Let's go to the template. And let's see why that is. And of course here again, yeah, we need to use our URL helper. And there it is. Alright guys, we are very close to finishing this beautiful app, but there are still some minor bugs. So let's power through them and finish this amazing app. First of all, let's go to the profile page and let's go underneath this posts comment and let's add q-my-md. So we have some nice margin here. Now I want to introduce you to a bug. Let's click on a post. Yeah, so we see the post details. Let's go to another browser here where I'm logged in as Peter, I think. Yep. And here I am logged in as abc@ and so on. So let's post something here from this account. And let's see what's happening here. You see Peter's post appears here on this profile page. And this is not correct because here on this profile page, we only want to display the posts of the user with the ID of 6. Yeah. And now let's close this here. And now let's try it again. Now you see nothing happens here. Yeah. It only happens for the case that the post details are opened. Yeah. And why is this happening? It happens because here on our profile page, we have this show post details function that runs every time we click on a post. And here you see we start listening for events, for posts created and posts liked. And now imagine we have many clients that are connected to our backend and they all post something. All their posts will appear on this profile page here. Yeah. And why is it? Because the post created event is fired and we get their posts. Yeah, we get the posts from all the others. And then we call this post created function. And in here we add the post to the posts array, yeah, in our global state. And this is why we see the posts whenever a post details dialog, so to speak, is opened. Yeah. And yeah, I would say let's fix this. And we can fix it by adding some if checks. And I just will grab them. Yeah. We have 2 if checks and with an early return. And let me explain to you why we are doing this here. So first of all, we are checking whether we are on the profile page. And if we are on the profile page, then it's important if the post that we received, yeah, has a user ID which is not the same as above in our URL, then we won't do anything, yeah, and we will do an early return. Yeah, so we will add nothing to the posts array in our. And then for the second case, yeah, if we are on the feed page, then it's totally fine to add all the posts from the other users to this posts array, yeah? Because here on the feed page, we will display everything. So this is all right. And then here for all other pages, it really doesn't matter because, yeah, we are here on the settings page. Why not? We can edit, yeah, no problem. And yeah, this should be totally fine. Now let's try it out again. Let's go here to the profile page. Let's open up the other browser. Let's open up the post details. Now let's add another post. Oh, and it's still happening. I think we should do a page refresh. And let's try it again. Yeah. Now it's working, huh? But we can also check it here. Let's add another post. Yeah, it appears here. Yeah? This is totally expected. Now one more thing. Now let me refresh here the feed page. You see it appears at top, and now let me refresh it. And you will see that it's down below now. Yeah, this is a little bug which is not so nice, but which is easy to fix. Let's go to our backend, and in here, before this get, yeah, in our get post method in the post controller, we can add latest as a method. Yeah, and this should fix this issue. Let's refresh the page. And this is how we expect it to be. Yeah. Now I want to show you something cool. You know, Quasar comes with beautiful inbuilt components, as you have seen. But what is so powerful about Quasar is that you can have just one code base and develop cross-platform. Yeah. So you can develop for Android, iOS, Windows, web, and so on. And you just need one code base. Yeah, this is the cool thing about Quasar. It's very powerful. And I want to show you here this page. Yeah, Quasar Dev. And here they talk about the preparation for Cardova app. Yeah. So, for example, you can run your Quasar app via Cardova as Android, for example. Yeah. And for this, you need to install Cardova globally. And then you need to set up environment variables in Windows. Here you need a bunch of environment variables, Android home, Android SDK root, and so on. Also, you need to make sure you have Java home, yeah, and you need other stuff as well. I think Gradle, yeah, you need Gradle. And once you have set up everything, you also would need to get Android Studio, for example, if you want to build an Android app with Quasar. And then also, yeah, you need Quasar mode at Cardova. And then also you need to specify which platform to add. You can add Android. And then you basically can run your Quasar app in Android Studio via Cardova. And one problem now is you see the app is not working, and it is because this Android simulator is not able to access localhost. And in our application here, if we go to axios.ts in source boot, yeah, we have localhost here. And this does not work. We need 10.0.0, 2.2, yeah. And then also we need to go to our helper, and in here we need to hardcode the string, because the environment variables don't work. I don't know why. You can see the app works as an Android app, yeah, which is pretty cool. We have all the functionality here, and of course we have nothing here because I am not able to upload something because I'm here on an Android simulator. Yeah, so I can't really access something here. But I can display the posts here, yeah. But there's still a problem here. Somehow we have a loading state which doesn't stop. Of course, this needs to be 8000. Now let's go back. Maybe we need to restart. Alright, it's still not working. What we can do is, here we can run Quasar dev mode Cardova target Android again. And let's try it out if this changes something. Yeah, maybe let's go back to our helper. We need to get rid of this slash here. And now our app is working, yeah? We have an Android app, which is pretty cool. And if you wonder how I built this thing, it's super easy. Maybe I can try it out again. So what you have to do is, let me close it first. Yeah, I have this src Cardova folder here. Let's delete it. You just have to run. I don't have it here anymore. Or maybe I have it here. Yeah. You have to run Quasar build -m Cardova -t Android, for example. Enter. And now we are done with our app. Yeah? Feel free to customize it, to improve it, and please let me know in the comments down below if you want to have a InstaClone 2.0 version. So this would mean that we update this version here and we include further awesome features, yeah, such as being able to follow someone and stuff like this, yeah. So we could do this, and yeah, but just let me know, and thank you so much for watching. And if you had the energy and the motivation to keep going and to push through this long project, congratulations. And I'm sure you have learned a lot, but please make sure you take long enough breaks and also you sleep well, because only when you sleep well, your brain is able to process and to implement all the things you've experienced. Yeah, so it's really important to sleep well. Without proper sleep, you are not able to learn efficiently. Yeah, that is the thing. And with that, thank you so much again, and see you in another video. Bye.